Oh, instead of me, not you are seeing we are seeing it in different places. Not only even in governorship, but in different things. Igbo man ready to destroy is even in foreign land for him not to be the president of the community. He is ready to connive with the foreign government in order to destroy the whole Igbo people. You see this kind of things. You see what is happening to how are we like this? That's why I used to call ourselves primitive. Unless you are a genuine born again IPOP. That is the real born again. Not all those things they are talking in their useless book. I'm telling you. So let me continue. Let me continue, please. Let me continue.
And so on and so forth. 99.99% of them will mark Igbo. Did you hear me right? I said 99.99% of them will mark Igbo. So these things are made because that was part of the lie that was put in propaganda.
Who is propagating or propaganding? Do you see? Do you see? Do you see the just for his own self-centeredness? That was the lies. The lies. Let me play one of the things they call a lie, please. We are Fulani kidnapped victims escaped and told the story. Listen to this one.
Patrick Wankwa.
Listen again. He's in Igbo. These are kidnapped victims, people that were rescued from the grips of the Fulani terrorists in Anambra. Listen.
Patrick Wankwa. I'm in Enugu State. I didn't see an anazika at the compound or in the Guzgurayam. Because I have a youth center. I tell revise how much to buy. I buy break. I buy more here. How much does any more here? We have to tell this Amanuke, Ebay or Kitanoa. So no, I be feminine and in every hatch where Jor and their leader here. I think I would be a leader. I can be a leader.
They captured the man, the Fulani there. Is in the video. He's on my timeline. I put it there. Jonas Raphael. You see it there. They tie him. He's a pure Fulani. But the issue is that they have released him. Because as they show him on video, they will surely hand him over to police. And he's not there in the cell. That's why Chuku Masolu Dowambwafo is saying that those inside the cell, those that they caught, are Igbos. Because they cannot keep the Fulani. Other will come from above, say, oh yeah, bring him to, let us send him back to Zamfara. We'll deal with him there. He's finished. They will send him to Kwara or Bayelsa or any other part of Nigeria to continue his good work of terrorizing the indigenous people. So, Chukuma Soludi is saying that this is not real. Listen.
From Ogagwata local government.
The domain of where this idiot Chukuma Soludo, I hate this, I hate him. I hate him. Where Chukuma Soludo is the chief security officer. And he came out to me to spew nonsense lie against us. And we think that we can just keep quiet.
Oh, for food to do Caribbean. So, my president, we didn't hear a wonderful and here with Baba.
Are you hearing it?
I'm Mopota. Even when I'm Mopotana, Makauza.
Listen to another one. Listen. I have them too.
They are Bunde Nachuefi.
Listen. Listen again. Let me start again. This second one, they are Fulani too. The video is here. It's video. I'm watching it. It's on my timeline. Jonathan Raphael. You know, these are so one wife or two. That stupid guy. You know, when somebody when Soludo makes this statement, there is no limit to any insult you can give to him, even verbal insult, because he have nailed every Igbo to the cross. I'm telling you. So there is no name I cannot call him, but he cannot end there because he must bear the consequence of this. Listen.
Ndị a bụ ndị na-achụ efi, ndị Fulani anyị nwetara n'ime ọfịa, mana onwe nwa na-ele efi abịa kpọọ ya ka ọ bịa golo efi n'ime ọfịa. Onwe nwa na-ele efi akpọta ha bịa ka ọ bịa golo efi, ọ bịazie ka o golo efi. Afịa bụ Chikanso na onye abịa ka akpọ ka ọ bịa golo efi, ọ bịazie ige efi. Ha wee amụpụtezie n'ime ọfịa mmadụ ịnọ bụ AK-47 nyanwa gbawazie gbana n'ude wee kpọwazie anyị. So mgbe anyị jipụtazie n'ude ha ma gbawazie anyị egbe. Mmadụ ịta bụ ndị anyị nweta, ndị ọzọ gbaa ọsọ. So I chọrọ ka anyị hand them over to SARS.
They hand them over to police and they release them. These are Fulani people. They are above the law in Nigeria. That is it. That idiot calling himself the governor of Anambra State. That useless, very useless idiot called Chukwu Masoludo. You don't see them. You don't see all these things. You don't see them. He said they don't exist. Just for him to have a second term. If in this case, before God and man, if there is voting in Anambra anyhow, even if he have bought instead scatter everything. Instead of this man to take office in Anambra again, instead to scatter everything, instead of him to take office again in Anambra, just for him to take a second time. He is spewing nonsense against the people. And we think we can, we are peaceful. No, we don't want to be that peaceful. The peace of grave. No. That's what they have taken Igbo people. They are peaceful people. No. I see that, I regard it as an insult. Before I used to see it as praises. When they say, oh, you people are peaceful. No. We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be. It's only in grave that are peaceful. When you think yourself, you are peaceful, you are harmless. That is what it means. Like water, as I said the other day, harmless as water, which you can wash every dirty thing and it will accept it. We should remove ourselves from that. Let me finish playing it, please, because the victim spoke. I'm still watching them. He's on video. That idiot, idiot that thought that he will stay in power forever or live in this world forever in order to, spend his money that he stole as a central bank governor and a governor of a state. Sometimes our people act on emotion. Our people act solely on emotion. That's why they will act before thinking. It's very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. Self-centeredness, selfishness, and emotional. They act before thinking. It is very, very sad. Honestly, that is why we must remove emotion. I've been saying it. Let us face the facts the way it should be. Let us face the facts the way it should be, not through emotion. Now listen, when this man will come out, Chukwu Masoludo, He will come out and people will still come and hail him. Hey, Governor, you are doing well. But he have nailed everybody. You don't know. People don't know. Some of us don't know the ugly consequence of what he said. Some of us don't understand the 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 magnanimity of what he said, the thickness, the effects, the devastating effect of what he said on us. People don't know. Listen to let me finish it.
So I had the over to SARS. So non careful. Na agwazo odumodu kai nwete ha. So no kunu.
When you look at this, all this Fulani, once they capture them, because they are handcuffed, once they capture them and they are showing video, they are happy. Their body language will tell you that they are saying, Namona, do quick, go hand us over to police, finish. That is when you are watching it, you watch their body language. And then on I never finish. On I finish us on and down videos, go hand us over to police. Because they know that once they are being handed over to police, the following day they are going. They remove them and order will come from above. Say, yes, good job. As they have known you this side, go another state. They will, because they are working with the Nigerian government. That is it. The highest in I can amend there, no video, nothing. I suppose that's the thing. But also, video is a proof. So once they are being videoed, you see, I'm watching them. As they handcuff three of them. As they are saying, we are going to hand them over. You see their body language is more na do quick now, hand us over. Now finish this on our grammar and hand us over to the police. You never finish. That's what I'm seeing as I'm watching them.
Information matters. I went there n'ime odumodo. Ha buru nwa bai ogbanari ha. Daalụ.
So, are you telling me that Governor Soludo, he didn't see all these things? What about Ebube Monso's, which I played yesterday? Ebube Monso's friend, who is a reverend father, that was kidnapped by the Fulani. He said it after coming out. That is the Fulani. So he didn't see all those one. No, why? Other people. You know what? You know that killing is not bad. Looting is not against nature. But looting from foreigners and bringing for your people's advantage. Are you hearing me? It's normal. That is why an eagle will go, a kite will go and carry a chicken's baby, another person's baby, another chicken's baby, in order to feed his own baby. But it's natural. As long as he get away with it, it's natural. A lion, a cheetah, a leopard will go and hunt. He will hide his children, hide them on somewhere in a safe place. He will go and hunt and kill other people's children, other animals' children. Innocent children, he will kill them, bring them to his children to feed. It's natural. But what is bizarre is when, for example, you see a kite, killing his own child, carrying the child, fly, go down to a chicken that has children, and throw his child to the chicken, and the children say, "Me wanna feed." He will fly away. Have you ever seen that? If you ever see that, you will say, "No, we may be ena." He is not natural. But this is what the Igbo people are doing. This is what they are doing. They will kill their own, use it to feed other people. They will, Chukuma Soludo, he is engaged in organ harvesting of Igbo youths. All these statements is to justify his private cell, which he is using to do organ harvesting of our people, that they are criminals. If you catch any criminal, send him to court. Do the normal as a country. You have law. Send him to court, prosecute him. If it's the death penalty, if that case merits death penalty, give to him. No person will complain. If it is 20 years imprisonment, give to him. No person will even applaud you that you are doing your job. But when you are not doing all these things, now you make bogus statements against a people, and you want us to keep quiet? No, sir. We are not going to do that. And these people must be checkmated. Anywhere they are going, there must be information to our people, so that had it been an IPOB member is in that town hall, tell me, is it not rational for him to rise up and say, I have a statement? They give him microphone. He will counter what this man did. It's not a crime, for goodness sake. The Igbo that are being slave, whenever they see somebody is a governor, you will see all the people, young people, hey, he said, hey, don't talk. You don't know you're right. Because of his selfishness. Because those people there, they are there to get they want to get a photo shot with a governor. They want to squeeze his their numbers. Okay, take my number. Give me your number. That is it. Now, so that is only what makes them, keeps them quiet, so that tomorrow they will call now visit that day. The coordinator of that group, this and that. So I say, okay, any contract. This is. Oh, no. When they say bribe kills a people, it is true. Selfishness kills a people. It kills a nation. When people are selfish, self-centeredness, they don't care again what happens. Otherwise, this man shouldn't get away with this useless statement, bogus statement he made against us. Somebody should have been there. It's normal. Look at even how many times you see even American presidents being interrupted in their speeches in a town hall. It is your right, for goodness sake. But in Hindi, we have many of them know they are PhD holders. Many of them are doctors of philosophy. Many of them are professionals in different fields, but they stay there like Ndiara. No challenging, no asking question. But what of Ebube Monso's? Because that one, at least everybody, Ebube Monso is a well-known person. He shouted his own that Anambra does not have. Now he knew that Anambra does not have no single security. To the extent, even voice calls, I mean, WhatsApp messages, WhatsApp voice, we are going around that time. That now they know that Anambra does not have a security. That here one bar for the now here governor name nothing. That man's friend, clergy friend, priest, was kidnapped by the Fulani headsmen. And he didn't talk about it, and no person asked him question. That's why we are Biafrans. I'm telling you. As Mazi said the day before yesterday, is it Ebona? Now here basara this Igbo, aga akpari because some of our people's character is you don't see it in any other place in this world. Some of our people now act unnaturally. How can you say one person he wants to buy a kingdom? As he wants to create a kingdom, buy land, and featuring it, showing it, how he will build a kingdom. One person. Yes, in there, self. In this 21st century, Not that he came with army and conquered the place. No. He wants, and he's saying it, thinking that he will not go well with the people that are there, the indigenous people there. How our people are we gonna see? Is it the power and the money? They may see our people the irrational most of the times. Our people becomes irrational. You see people acting completely irrational. Where do they come from? Oh, just watch, even in your village. Just watch. You can hold for no here. Oh, go to Malaysia. What is happening? Okay, he will look down on anybody. He will talk. In him, he will try to buy chieftaincy title. He will be this, or he will vie for no yawa was it the PG? No yawa wonka. What Kebendi has become? India na waka people really people that we are living in Stone Age. It is very, very sad. And we don't need to keep quiet. Let me finish playing this idiot's statement. Very nasty statement against us. He insulted us. And he should be dealt with. It doesn't matter he come out tomorrow, he has to apologize or do. He has done the damage has been done. The damage has been done already. Because people carry what he said everywhere. People that are not even Nigerians. Yoruba fueled it, even magnified it everywhere. Now other people pick it from every country. Honestly. You are a liar.
That was part of the lie that was put in propaganda. They are into kidnapping because it is.
Do you see the second bed he wants to? He attacked IPOB there. That ESN no need more here. Do you see that? Do you see the lies? Do you see the agenda? The agenda he has. The epistle written for him. So that because once he's talking this, all these things down, they will salute him. The northern governors, his handlers will phone him and say, yes, you did a nice job. He exonerated the Fulani killers that are killing in every part of Nigeria. Everybody is shouting.
Is the next lucrative business after Yahoo and drug. The next one for find is about kidnapping. Omaka, but this is even other states. If I not where we do all Anambra.
Do you see how they are handy when it comes to putting divisions among us? Odika Alibo Agejog Loshashi everything. Because the character after you continue, you die, you pass away. Everything. Because when you continue seeing this type of character, it pains you. It doesn't matter your situation, you are good or you are living, you are not happy. I'm telling you. Bikon. Bikon.
Idolu Anambra. Onye nke na village fa ogote motorcycle adjoin California na abia ka etinye ya na line. Akwali ya bai mafia mama ha to ifa. Iji dey also on the Fulani.
Do you see? Do you see? He's trying to cause commotion among our people because he's indirectly, everybody knows he's talking to Ebony. Look at somebody. Look at. That is why you see the governors. You see the Southeastern governors, they cannot meet face to face. They don't meet. because their handlers don't allow them to meet. And they are too pompous, they cannot arrange themselves to meet together to discuss issues. Is it not even something they should iron out in Southeastern Governors Forum? Don't you see how we arrested Ibuayaka? Is it Ibuayaka? Yes. One time the Fulanis massacred people in Ebony. Ibuayaka, the youth council PRO or something. He came out to say, look, we had intelligence that the Fulanis are planning this, and we gave it to the governor, but he didn't act. He arrested him he wanted to kill him in Imo, you know where. Is it not? Don't you see? Oh yeah, come now, just because I get the given here. May I get the nekusoku. Oh, may I what happen? This is bad people. How no can I control our land? Oh, he jog. Is it not the solution? Is it not the solution? How long can we be, how long can we be enduring these useless idiots that are imposed on us? The war, we thought the war ended since 1970. 55 years ago, till today, we have been enduring. For how long, for goodness sake? For how long? Continue listening to the nonsense, to the evil he's saying.
I'll repeat, and I want you to quote me right. 99.99% of all the criminals, kidnappers, and so on that were arrested so far, Igbos are the ones kidnapping Igbos, they are the ones killing Igbos.
What can I say? Sacrifice anyhow. That is something that we never. That's why I'm looking there and say no, we never even merit our freedom. I had also radicalized that merit our freedom. I had that state, that extent. I'm telling you. Because do you know what is fighting for freedom? Do you know what it is? This type of people are supposed to this kind thing. No. They cannot. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter what. Man, we love life, and that's why we are dying. That's why all the years of our life we are dying. When you are outside your country, outside your fatherland, where they bury your umbilical cord, you move out from there. You stay. You are here only talking with people on phone. Are you not dead? Oh, wait, what better? It doesn't matter. Send the money. You build the mansion in your village. You are not inside there. Are you not dead? Tell me. You are dying until you quickly physically die. We are all dead. Honestly. When don't you see in Gaza, in Palestine, upon say that they destroyed the Gaza, but the people, they went back. Trump said they removed them to other places to live good life. They say, no, this is where we are born. It doesn't matter. We will live on that rubble. Do you know what it means? Do you know? It doesn't matter. You are living fine anywhere we are. We are all dead. It's only Biafra we resuscitate us. It's true. Once you come back, do you know what it means? You look at it. They are far. You cannot come together and do you know what it means? Do you know that it makes you sad? It doesn't matter the type of wealthy you are in any part of the world. How do I meet these people? Ndị gị na ha gara gụkọ egwu ọnwa, ndị gị na ha gakọrọ primary school, ga-gwuo mmiri, ga-akpa nkụ in the village. You want to see them, to touch them, so that you remember the good old days. But you are not seeing them, for goodness sake. We are all dead, for goodness sake. Honestly. That's why this struggle, we must make sure to make sure to protect it with our life. Because we are dead. Without Biafra, we are dead until we die the real physical death. But all of us, we are dead. It doesn't matter. You enjoy this year, we are all dead. Do you know missing your home? You stay outside 1 year, 2 years. Maybe you go visit. The time you are at home, you don't see the other classmates. They are in all those and other places also hustling. You can stay 20, 30 years. You don't see anybody again. I'll name me someone. What does he say? We are all dead, honestly. So we shouldn't be joking with the people that are coming to prick us more and more. Since 1970, we thought that the war was over, but the people, Nigerian government, Britain, was using our ignorance, our stupidity. We hands up and say, I want to embrace one Nigeria. Ghana, Zoahia, without knowing that it is that time that the war continued till death. And these idiots, because of their selfish interest of political benefits, they'll be making nonsense statements. We need to be more radical. I hear about that radicality. Where you are happily sacrifice all your life with happiness. You are not doing it for anybody, you are doing it for yourself. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing what I'm saying? That is it. I say, this gentleman freedom fighting. Okafro. He still remain. I gentle man, I get me to kingdom come. These people like this will be growing up. Another person will come and do anything, nothing. And they are we are not radical. Upon everything, how questioning? Don't you see that? Just hold on a minute. So, as I was saying, we need to brush up. Just like if you are driving, for example, manual gear. When you are in a bad road or the road that is not a trunk A road, for example, you can go slow. You can use gear 2, gear 3. If you are climbing bad road, you shift to gear 1. But once you are in trunk A or express road, heavy express road, you put your car in because that is what it needs. You don't need again. You cannot be on express road, heavy express road. Now you use gear 2. It's impossible. You can't do it, which means you are not ready. We have reached to a system, a situation whereby I am supposedly radicalized to the I'm telling you. I'm telling you honestly. Let us not see this movement IPOB as only something you can use to get paper, because that is also one of the things that is killing us. In different countries, mostly in the West. Oh, okay. Nah, before you note, IPOB member. This is something that I now we are cheating ourselves. The time has come for us to be radicalized enough so that people now Nnamdi are the radical. Do you remember when somebody disrupted Rocha Sokorocha in UK? One of our brothers. These are things we need. It disrupted him. He called him a killer. Though, fairness to Rochas, he never killed any IPO. That is, we must say it as it is. He never killed any IPOB member. Only that the only thing he did, he tried to avoid the killing of IPOB member. Only that he arrested our women. That is it. That our brother disgraced him he said, "You're a killer. Do you know who I am?" He said, "Yes, you're a killer." This here we have a name is beach. Honestly speaking. I know work on one eye freedom fighters. Oh, I know no, no, no. Otherwise, we continue like this till forever. I will say professional. Far be it that we want to be professional freedom fighters. Far be it. Far no. I know for professional freedom fighters. Chukuma Soludo no na totally name exonerate killers, terrorists, calling our people terrorists. Eh? Whereas look at another news headline. Let me see. This is today. I think today's news. What is the date? July 10th, 2025. Yes. Again, 4 police NSCDC officers killed in ambush by armed headers, Fulani headers in Benue. It's on today's news in Vanguard. This man shamelessly, only him, only an Igbo man will come and absolve, will come and exonerate the Fulani killers. Only Igbo person will do that. Only. Because he wants to be in office. Chineke kwena ihe ọjọọ. Chineke kwena ihe ọjọọ. 4 members of Joint Security Patrol Team has been reportedly killed in an ambush by suspected armed herdsmen at Udei community near Yelwata in Guma local government area, LGA of Benue State. This is where Paul Enenche went and prayed the Cassian Hobby that he decreed there will be peace. These are rubbish charlatans that we should pursue from our midst. These are useless people that are undesirables that we need to pursue from our land. These are agents of our detractors, our enemies. So Soludo, only in Anambra that Fulani headsmen are not killers, right? The ones they are doing every day, you don't see it. Let me finish that idiot's statement.
We have arrested so far. Igbos are the ones kidnapping Igbos. They are the ones killing Igbos. All these camps. And by the way, because I came with the same false narrative. The false narrative, the Fulanis, they are invading our people. They are now everywhere.
You see, which means do you see why I say that Nigerian politicians of Igbo region, they are agadabachinos in what we are doing. Do you see this in statements? This video, this statement is going. It will be, by now is on Donald Trump's table. Don't you know that? They will put the video screen, everything. He will be on Trump's table. He will be on the Stammer's table. The whole world powers table. He will be on their table. Say, look, the people that are crying that they are being is a lie. Look at this one is a governor, a serving governor, the chief security officer. They will promote him. A chief security officer of his state in a Biafra state. in a place they call Biafra. He's saying it. He's saying the truth. Look at it. Oh, now I'm around here, these people not because I don't know. That's why I say we should be more radical. Yeah, I know, man. We should be more radicalized, honestly. Honestly speaking.
They are waiting for a whistle to be blown, and and they will take over. And therefore, we are the one who are the liberators. We are now going into the bush to go to chase out the Fulanis. No.
You see, he's indirectly referring to IPOB. You see why I say he's trying to he tried to use one arrow to kill three birds. He attacked IPOB to blackmail us so that their mindset feel that these people so that no person should donate to ESN, that these are the killers. Do you see that? Do you see how they are dangerous? You know, it's a pity that it is Igbo people that always bring the idea that the Fulani Caliphate used to deal with us in Nigeria. It's truth. Many things. It's like that.
Nobody asked the question. Ndị a na-aba n'ime ọfịa to go and liberate you. How do they feed?
How do they feed? How many times we talk about? Go to our www.ipob.org. We are doing crowdfunding. We contribute to them. Right? Do you see how this man is attacking us? That's why we shouldn't leave this. We shouldn't leave this thing to go like that. And this thing should even make even people in Anambra, people living in Anambra, to scatter instead of this man to enter second term. Yes, we know that he have bought it from the caliphate, but honestly, man, there was so many of our people got Ghana, so that's why sometimes they say, nah, the by self. Right. You got plan to change here with Onyibo. Kai me here, kai I get more tired. Onye ona kwe ise. Ofonye po na azo. Ga ka act of fast guy. Leak everything with an ego. The way sometimes I say our redemption is still far. Our redemption is still far, honestly. It's only through this education to change at least. It doesn't matter how little by little to be changing the mentality of our people. To understand that there will be nothing like me if there is nothing like we. We covers me. Are you hearing me? We covers me. Our people think that one person you can cover everybody. No. Is everybody can cover one person. Very crude mentality. Many of us still have that ancient crude mentality. I'm telling you.
1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year. How do they feed? How do they feed?
We give them food. We contribute.
So that's, you see, like I said, I'm one of you, but I decided to go home. Actually, in '99, I was a visiting professor at Swanton College. Okay? And I remember the last conversation of the father sent them forth, because from there I moved down here.
This is the idiot. This man, I say I abhor him. Abhor is more severe than hatred. I abhor him. There is nothing that can make me in this world believe on any Igbo politician, any Nigerian politician of Igbo origin. I am telling you, there is nothing. Nothing in this world. Oh, he is a good person. He will this. That is nonsense. He just let him enter there because he is not in control of himself. The system controls him. They give him something to. They give him. I mean, they give him the blueprint to act on. He's just a zombie, you know. Why is why Soludo? Why let him show the Igbo people that is that are doing all these things? Why did he have what do you call it? Illegal detention center in his house? Why? Why? Eh? Who gave him the authorization to have illegal detention facility in his house? Does he abduct people and detain them in his house illegally? That is a question people should ask him. Because this man, Soludo, has illegal detention facility where he harvests people's Igbo people's organ. That is what, give a dog a bad name to kill them. To justify his evil, the evil he is doing, committing. That's why he came out, opened his mouth in order to talk against Igbo youth, to justify what he's doing. Eh? Before he became a governor. Let anybody near Soludo to ask him, do you have an illegal detention cell in your house? Even before you became a governor. These are people they use money, bribe, and then make compare. Oh, this one is good. It's a solution, not a Soludo. That thing. Do you see this lie spewed against Igbo people by Soludo? It should, Ndị Igbo dị very weak. That's why Ofonye na carry on in Igbo land. That's why people are becoming bigger than the community, the whole people, the whole nation. Because he said this, he will go free, scot free, nothing. Tomorrow he will come out, people will start hailing him. Hey, fly over. Very primitive set of human beings. They will go and lie behind him. Instead of asking him all these questions, why do you go? He said, what everybody is. Look at when Governor Otto. Look at former governor of Benue State. Every day he's shouting. He was a lone voice in the wilderness, shouting about the Fulani headsmen. Till today in Benue, in Anambra, in Imo, only Igbo person will come and become willing to. I don't know. Azikiwe, where is him? Oh, he became only very empty president of Nigeria. After everything, did he become president again? The real president, empty president without power, no single power. I know, but on my here. Only Webona his own people, even the Bono, on my hand, I will sentiment and hey, as he was so also. Let us kill this sentiment that is killing us in our land. This is sentiment, both religious sentiment, whether those people, where do you come from? Or from Equatorial Forest? I don't know. Think like people, real human beings, that we should gather and promote we promote our community, our nation, not promoting individual. You see one individual, so that they give you one crumb, 1,000 naira. Let us stop this character, it's killing us. Let us face the reality. This is the time, the era for us to rise up. You see this IPOB. If we miss IPOB, we are all gone. I am telling you, we are dead. We are dead. I am telling you. So we don't dare do it. We must question all these useless sellouts we call governors and politicians in our land. I saw one poster. Is it? We are South. Let me see. With a Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's photo. Onye Meluekwe is abuse. So Nyelo, Senator Anambra South, Senatorial District, only use our divine mandate. our is divine mandate. He's the king now. From divine, is divine. Ndoshi. Using Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's photo in his flyer. That's what they know most to do. Destroy something for their sole interest, or for their private interest. That is why I say, you see, this IPOB, nobody, I say, no single individual can use us. Instead, I'm telling you honestly, it's better than this is the type of life I may be. It's not a life at all. This is not a life. Go to everywhere. You in Malaysia, you see our people in jail. Some are in death row in Thailand. Very, people that should be critical thinkers, inventors in our land. But they are everywhere, United Arab Emirates, everywhere around the world. Okay, when are we going to learn? When are we going to rise up to know that, look, we are in a mess? When? Let us stop this Neanderthal life. I call it Neanderthal type of life. Very early men type of life. Where we worship money. Somebody, even if it is a non-entity, because they have some money, now people will be worshiping it. Let us stop this at no peace. This is a very primitive character, for your information. Now let me read this last news headline before I open the lines, please. It's today's news headline also, July 10th. IPOB blasts Governor Soludo over 99% arrested criminals in Anambra are Igbo remark, demands his resignation, and rightly so. This should not end like this. This is not only about, it's about every Igbo man to rise up against this man. Seeing his picture makes me vomit, honestly. Because he insulted, he put in the international world where, and you see Igbo zombies watching him there. But all the fools that are there watching him, they want to contact contact of what? You have lived the best part of your life in this world, in very good life in America. You still want contact. You want more. Very useless idiots. You want more. You cannot challenge him and say, no, Mazi, Governor, please, this statement, withdraw it. I have video proof of what is happening also. Look at it. It's in America. It cannot kill you. No person can kill you. No person will arrest you. It's your right. But they sit down there. Instead, what we are doing, because we are dead already. What is all this? You come and talk anyhow to Ndibo. You come and use Ndibo, make caricature, and we keep quiet. We are one Nigeria. What a mess is that? For goodness sake. What a mess is that? Let me read this, please. I'm pissed off. Since all these days, something never worried me like this. The indigenous people of Biafra has attacked Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State, describing him as a danger to Igbo. He is a danger to Igbo survival, of which this is true. He is a complete danger to Igbo survival and unfit for public office. Of course, the attack followed his recent comments alleging that about 99% of Igbo youths are responsible for a wave of kidnapping and killings in the southeast, not killer headsmen. Of which Soludo is a kidnapper himself. Before even he become a governor, he has the illegal detention center in his house, kidnapping Igbo youths and harvesting their organs. He's a kidnapper. This is a person that is the chief security officer in a state called Anambra, in a Biafra land. For what? These are questions that should be asked to him. He's demonizing Igbo people, exonerating the Fulani killers, so that he can justify the giving land for Ruka. People don't know that he has given land for Ruka. Anambra is one of the states that gave land for Ruka to the Nigerian government. That is what they do. The problem you see, they are causing the Fulani herdsmen attacking everywhere, is for them to grab land. You give them land. They tell you the solution is giving them land. So he's exonerating the Fulani terrorists in order to justify his giving them land, that they are not our problem. This man, doesn't think he can live forever? Is Zeke still alive? The answer is no. But the very evil and bad legacy he left, the very selfish legacy he left, is hunting all of us. He's hunting us. That's why, our eyes are opening. We are no no. This is the era of enlightenment of us. We should never allow somebody to come and lay very bad legacy, and if we be hunting people behind him, behind us. It is simple. We should not allow this. We should never allow this. I give fire to fire, so that these people, they should know that, look, we are no more idiots like all of them, please, like the people before. You understand me? Let me continue reading. In a statement on Thursday signed by IPOB spokesperson Emma Powerful, the group accused Soludo of making reckless, inflammatory, and genocidally provocative comments that could incite violence against innocent youths in the region. Soludo has opened the gates of hell with his treacherous and unconscionable remarks. He has handed the enemies of Ndibo a poisoned weapon laced with blood, a weapon that will be used to justify extrajudicial killings, mass arrests, and illegal raids and genocidal actions disguised as security operations. Of course, that is it. That is it. During his speech in the US last week, Governor Soludo claimed that most of the kidnappings and killings in Anambra State were being perpetrated by fellow Igbos, not armed herdsmen as generally believed. Do you see? Why are people not? I see people, when onye menaro nama why Soludo menaro suppose they are why around? Can he kill? How many people can he kill? But you will see useless individuals, useless people still going at the back to to hear him. Now give them crumbs. You hear him, people. You hear him. You hear him. Shameless people, shameless fools. You're on Radio Biafra. We must the type of radical level, we never reach it. That is meant for freedom, real freedom fighters. No, I hear better that side. I hear better that limit. I hear better, we never reach it. If we reach that destiny, people like this will not come out to talk anyhow. No, because they know the consequences. They know the consequences now. Or it's not a command from IPOB or from no. No person waits for command to do something on this type of people. Honestly speaking, and when you get command, that is when we end respect, and people will know that you will not see any useless fool, either a governor or a senator, using us to joke. A whole people. It's very, very appalling. Very sad indeed. I will go into a few minutes break, please, so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling. Please. Please. Do not go away, please. I'll be right back. Do not go away. This man, Soludo, he pissed me up. Since all these days, if I remember this, I become sad. It doesn't matter whatever I'm doing. How can only one person, he came and he demonized everybody, and we took it with a pinch of salt. It's supposed not to be. It's supposed not to be. I'm telling you. I'll be right back, please. Do not go away. I'll be right back.
Ọlọlọ Nneka Chimezie na-ekwu a ka na-ewetakwara ụnụ ọnọdụ Igbo ebe anyị na ụgbọ awụ oburu isi ụzọ ebe anyị ga-echikọtọ gawa awọ ile anya n'aka nne m anyị hụrụ army checkpoint nọ ebe anwa mana ndị mmadụ enweghị ike ịgafe gba straight gaa awọ ma ọ wụ gaa Ọsụmohu. Na ihe m chọrọ ime ka ndị Igbo ghọta awụ ihe a ọwụ chọrọ iji ụzọ aghụghọ chụsịsị anyị n'ala Igbo. Kedu ka a ga-eji wee nwee ndị amị checkpoint mana motorist enweghị ike ịgbafe ka ezi ha na ebe ahụ eme? Bikonu, Igbo bụ Igbo, onye ọbụla na-ebe ọ nọ n'ite jụọ ajụjụ a. Kedu ka a ga-eji were ndị amị wee sara anyị n'ụzọ aseliri mines n'ụzọ ke ndị liri the mines? Ana m akpọ Igbo ebe ọbụla ụnụ nọ, ndị isi eke na-esi, ndị awa ọmamma, ndị Ọsụmohu, ndị niile dị okirikiri anụnwa a na-akpọ Ọsụ, ka unu lite mana ihe mere onwe unu. Maka na ihe chọpụtara wụ na ọchịchị ka eji nwayọọ na-achụ anyị. Emechee na eke ụtụtụ kịta na agbara bọmbụ na eke Ụbaheze, ebe niile a na-eme ihe enwe army checkpoint. Ana m akpọ onye isi ndị amị General Musa ka ọ leba anya na ihe ndị amị na-eme na East. Ọ bụrụ na enwere ike inwe army checkpoint ndị mmadụ anaghị agbafe, ọ na ndị amị amaghị na ndị mmadụ anaghị agbafe, ọ na ha enweghị ike ịjụ ajụjụ kedu ihe kpatara ndị mmadụ anaghị agbafe. Anyị ga na-aga n'ihu ka anyị gaa eke Ụbaheze ka anyị weta ọnọdụ Igbo si wee dị na eke Ụbaheze. Daalụ. Ihe awụ episode 2 na report nyocha anyị ga-enyochapụta na eke Ụbaheze ebe a gbara bọmbụ. So ihe ụmụ nwaanyị a na-agwara anyị ewu ndị n'ebe ahụ gwara anyị ọ kakwa mma ha resign go to faith. Otu anyị si pụta nebo m si pụta ọ nebo nka bọmbụ agbagburu. Yes madam, at least na ya ọta ya n'ụgbọ a na ya laa ahịa ya arahụ ụra, mana ya gaa nta interview n'ụgbọ a na ya agịda arahụ ụra. Na ihe ha nọwa na ala Igbo kachasị na Ọsụlokwu gọọmenti wee echi ịpụta hụ ochi gị were m na-ajikekwe ndị na-eme ihe. Ha sị m na e nwere ndị a na-akpọ ụmụọma na ụmụọma ahụ wo ikwu ha ala kpam. So ndị a create a cult, a group a na-akpọ ụmụ Biafra. Ọ ndị a ka ha ji na-enye excuse nọ ndị IPOB apụtala kwechie mkpu sị na aka ha anọghị n'ihe na-eme n'ala Igbo. So ihe anyị na-agwa ndị polisi ugbu a na onye ọbụla unu nwudere tara ya na ya sị unu mee mmadụ apprehend, unu egbuo unu nwude ha ka esi mee ndị Boko Haram, unu aga mee ha arrest ka erehabilitate kwana ha maka ha awụkwa ụmụ anyị. So na ndị a na-akpọ ụmụ Biafra na ikwu ha ala pịam abịa nga ibi nwere m gbuo gị. So na ha ga-ekwu na m ji shike ripọtụ ole m ga-eripọtụ ka mba ụwa nụrụ olu ha. So m wee nọrọ ebe ahụ mee ya bụ ripọtụ. M wee jụọ ha na-enwere ndị nta akụkọ bịara ebe. Asị m na enwebe ndị nta akụkọ ha hụrụ, mana esi ahụ anyị bịara nọ ndị gọọmenti jos bere bịapụsị ma ndị TV abịado kọva ya, ndị AIT, ndị Arise, ndị Channels. Asị m na enweghị ndị TV bịa kọva na ndị pres anaghị atrọt dị ebe ha bi. N'ihe nwere ike n'ihe ha nọ.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Johnathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 10th day of July 2025. Therefore, our lines are opened. All this clip that I was playing is not a problem to our governors. It's not a problem to them. What matters to them is for them to sit in power, just control. And after 8 years they go. And be receiving now from governorship, they enter, become senator, being on top. That is what matters to them. Very primitive Neanderthals. Our lines are now open. Our direct line, our WhatsApp and signal line remains +61 405 142 547. We are on WhatsApp and signal line and the same number +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have callers already lining up. Caller on WhatsApp, please. You are the first caller. Start by telling us your name and where you're calling from, if you may. Mazi, can you hear me? Please go on.
I'm hearing you loud and clear, Mazi Johnathan.
My
name remains Mazi of Biafra. Mazi Johnathan, there were no on a 1 year meeting. Mazi Johnathan, why I call it that. To Soludo in the United States to ask myself a question. All those people sitting in that hall, are they not Igbo or are they not with Soludo statement?
Mazi, they are
Because
typical.
in
Mazi,
Zambia,
they are typical unrefined Igbos. They are IPOB is different. They are unrefined, typical unrefined Igbos that are there. They don't care what matters for them to have his contacts. To have contacts that we warrant them either to have contracts or to enter mainstream Nigeria politics, or just to get money or the one thing or the other. That is what matters. That is typical unrefined Igbo person. That is self-centered. He don't care about any other thing. Only for him and him alone. He need more or he wants more. Mazi, go on, please.
okay. And my second question is that this girl that Soludo traveled to America, that our members of IPOD should be is coming. Some of them supposed to be there to listen to whatever you have to say.
Mazi, nobody.
So
Mazi, they made it so secretive. That is a problem. People don't even, they don't advertise this type of thing. Ima how imo ndị ohi onye ohi ka oge ọ na-aga-ezu ohi ọ na-eji nwayọọ gbanụ na nderi ka ọ gaa ozuru ọla onyuzie ozi early in the morning ihe onyuziri na-eshi o mechana ihe ọ na-eme laa ọzọ ihe onyuru na-eshi ihe. Go on.
Yes, because the thing, because have caused IPOB of America. Because here this evening, Ghana Punch. Now, point to post another Facebook page. Point to post to go the statement of Soludo, the video. So Soludo just
Mazi, you are talking of only Mazi, you are talking of only Punch. Many other newspapers, and let me tell you, somebody informed me that even there are some TikTokers, some from Ghana, that they are blastering this, combining it to the Ezendibo saga in Ghana, the problem. So they are now labeling Igbos as killers and kidnappers, that they should pursue them from their land.
Yes.
They don't know what the magnanimity of what they are doing. In TikTok, we have millions of people are viewing. Mazi, go on.
Yes. So before I round up, it's very, very sad that Soludo is supposed to call up his criminal gang called Operation Udogachi, who took a young Igbo guy to inside the almost 4 days or 5 days and obtained 1.8 million naira from the young man. So Soludo is not talking about his criminal bandits who have given weapons to, who continue to. These are the few ones we see. Operation Udogachi in case Soludo. Now after all them had to only more one day. Another bandit entirely who were set up. If they did not catch them, before you know, they will tell you IPOB ESN. But it's very clear now that Udogachi to Professor Soludo is now the bandit. Anambra. Thank you. I have to end. I want to talk because you
have said it all. Thank you. Caller on signal, please go on. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Please, can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Please go on. There will go on, please.
Good evening. Mazi Celeste Nogba on the line, all the way from Akwa Ibom State. As well, really caught my interest. The statement. It is not a professor because if he's a professor, we know how Professor speaks. What he did, what he did amount to thorough or ethnic mesmerization before the world. And I do not think that anybody that is keeping quiet at this moment doesn't have the interest of Igbos as an ethnic nation in mind. I think all as should rise up and they condemn, because what the statement that was credited or we saw him made viral video is a very big slap to the existence of it is an existential to us as a people, and I think it is a very height of sensitivity and irresponsibility in governance. Prof. Ludo is work and also like Mazi Nnamdi said, is a professor without research, because he really research, then they should have known and understand that these quantities of instruction is very, very bad. Very, very bad. Mazi will not see an Hausa politician or Yoruba politician come to the people. Even if they do something, they would come to defend them. They will hide them. But how people are doing everything, exposing is the Kenya Sunani, the most terrorist organization world, that the people that also came up to exonerate all this Kenya, and it is very, very shameful of a person that is bestowed or that in the corridor of what we assume is a leadership. That is not in any way near leadership. It is too bad, and I join millions of Biafrans who rise up to come this so-called Professor Sudo for this reckless utterance against Ndibo in general. It is an existential threat, and we must not allow it. We must stand up unequivocally to condemn him, because what he has done is very sacrilegious and abominable to us as a people. Thank you, Professor Jonathan. We must continue to speak, and we must continue to do what we can do. Biafra is our home, and we must continue to fight.
Of course. Do you know that considering what Soludo said, which means the Ebony 13 people massacred in Ebony, which they are saying is a power tussle, is lie. This is it with the utterance of Soludo, with the hatred they have on mostly the Ebony people. It is his agony chamber that did that. Honestly speaking, you see it in his mouth. Yeah, you had it. That time on a number. And 13 Igbo people from Ebony, youths, we are massacred and killed. I think last week, which means he seemed to send them. That's it. That's the thing. So we must continue. We are watching. We are watching. Caller on what's up? Please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on what's up?
Good evening from here.
There, Mazi.
I am Chukwemeka. I'm calling all of the zoo. The situation we find ourselves is quite terrible. You know that the other day I was talking with one of my colleagues in the office, and I was like, you were less than 30 years when you left your homeland. We have cases of some people that community contributed money, trained them, medical doctors. Some of them became nurses, some became lawyers and professionals. At the end of the day, you leave your homeland. The same people who impacted positively in you, and you travel to go and stay in America or Germany. And 40 years, 50 years, without giving back to the society. When you come back home, you only come like a stranger in your homeland, your ancestral land. And it doesn't bother them. Even within the zoo, sometimes I'll be driving on the road, you will see an Igbo man, 70 years, 80 years, men struggling to even get a commercial vehicle, struggling, no strength. Go close to him and ask him, Oga, can he can remember? He said, Oga, a man of 70 years. Many of them has been brainwashed with this religion. I father one or pastor. That is why you see this thing 99%, in fact, 80% of in Panabo religion. I must tell you. Because the prophet Agwanaya or his pastor or his reverend Agwanaya that no, you shouldn't go home. If you go there, they are going to kill you. So on that basis, you see them. You will be me. I am praying to God. What I am praying every day, I say, God, give me extra 10 years. I am going to stay in my father's lap and spend the other stage of my life home. But these people, the Igbo people, will have a problem. This idiot in Ghana that want to build a kingdom has a village. Probably you can go to, it doesn't have one room. You want to go and build a kingdom in Ghana. And I will tell you, don't be surprised that he was sponsored by the government of Nigeria in order to raise this dust. So because they know that this
Mazi, you are
is
completely right. Nigeria,
out of the country.
they go to Nigerian embassy. They encourage them in their stupidity. They sponsor them, they encourage them. We are behind you in their stupidity. Go on, Mazi.
I read a post in Mazi Johnathan that this same man, few years ago in 2021, was one of those that set up IPOB members in Ghana, and many of them were arrested, deported. This same man now, I read on a post from Johnathan Chinedu's wall. So you will find out that all they are doing, because in the media, I have also watched, I have listened to some of the people who said there was this forum, they were having a debate. There was this Yoruba. You said something like that on the course of your broadcast here. This is how Igbo people, we are terrorists, we are everything. So they want to connive this with Udo said, so that it will the other world, people who are trying to give us a listening ear to our agitation will not say, so these Igbo people are actually bad though. At home, their governor is complaining. In Ghana, they want to take a kingdom and establish a kingdom. And so that's what they are having. I will tell you that this idiot that wants to build a kingdom and trace him home now, he doesn't have a room. What can that man not build in Igbo land? If he has the money, or if he has become this powerful, empty lands in Ebonyi to Imo, to Abia, to Enugu, there are places he can come and buy that 50 hectares. Abi, what do they say he want to buy? He can come and buy and build that kingdom, but he will not, because he has been paid to blackmail. But one wonderful thing about this struggle is that those who has collected money to blackmail us or call us name, aka dị ọcha, nwata na-ewe ihe nke onwe onye ga-emegide, all of them playing, and especially, and some of those religion leaders who feel that people who know the truth will affect their income from their church and everything, because they have this feeling that if people come to know this real truth, if people get to know that there is no spiritual problem or any cause holding anybody, their churches will be empty. So they are part of the people fighting this struggle. But eziokwu na-agbakọ ọnwa, and evil will never defeat good. because the fight we are fighting is for us to liberate ourselves and have a place we call home. Onweghị onye anyị na-achọ nke, onweghị onye anyị chọrọ nara nke, ihe anyị na-achọ wụ nke anyị. And on the basis of that, nature na ala Igbo ga-edowe anyị niile ndị na-eme ihe a genuinely. Mana ndị na-achọ ibute anyị aha ọjọọ, including these governors, ha ga-eji ala izere mmiri. Amadioha ga-amagbu ha, ọ ga-adịrị ha na mma.
Of course.
Nwanna nwa Chineke ka ọ dị ebe a ka ndị ọzọ.
We must continue, and we will also take care of them. We should. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Mazi Ebona. Can you na hear me? Caller on signal once again. Can you hear me? Go on. I hope this thing will be okay. You are. Go on, please. Go on.
I don't know any man who but they're not giving us any service. And they were Mazi Johnathan and lovers of freedom, Biafrans, because we are winning the battle. You know, Mananke is local. I'll keep saying this. I thought as a people. I thought as a people, and this is why I understand that we have a tax, divine tax by people being IPOB members who are dedicated under the leadership of this very DOF. These are the only saving grace. If not, for me as a person, I have never joined anything called association that has to do with me. But I want people from the politics our people may play. We are where we are. But when we had the connection, this is what binds us together. This is what we respect. This is what is sacred to us. You know, all about he wants to bastardize it. He wants what are you make for that is all now take so everybody's opinion must be projected and we get respect for anything. This is why people like Soludo went to visit our leader Nnamdi Kanu in DSS detention. Immediately he took over Anambra State as the governor. He came out from that visit like a gorilla. He came out. From that time, I was following him, his body language, his character, everything, every of his policy is designed against our people on how to tarnish, denigrate all the effort of ESN and IPOB in safeguarding Biafra land. Just because of one thing. This is very clear case that we don't want to hand over our land to the Fulani Janjaweed. This is our crime. We are resisting the taking over of our ancestral land. The only thing that is we can be proud of that we can like where I am standing. What our people feed from. But Fulani, that name, the Fulani does not have love for humanity. Take it from me. I was small those days when Fulani you are coming around, they don't associate with human beings. They only go to one place to gather themselves. They don't love humanity. Even themselves, they don't love themselves. They came to Nigeria because there is an agenda and believe in that cause to kill, destroy. They went together, there is nothing again. And we give anything like love. These are people mad the because of gaining. There is no consequences. Because the Hindu mad there was the consequences. And if there is no consequences for action, you are only but enabling that very evil. Any other way to solve this kind of problem. There must be consequences for everybody's action. But how will you do it? Because generation in keep us now. Here they after even our father self asking with the pursue keep us ourselves. Their mantra now when you need to go that is the only way they go through a big man does not lie. And a baby as the mantra that is you sit down with safety men and I wasn't now you Diego no Rana to ask you won't be on your Diego
And this is the
this is
mentality
why
this is the
criminal
mentality we are
like
fighting
Soludo
against.
is leveraging on the mentality of our people because now our people who are working in tandem with the enemies to hand over our land. They are the first people that will run to and tell you their profession, they are professor in this, they are professor in that, they read this, they read. In all of those things you read and read, how does it concern me that is in my little place as a village? How does it concern? How does it affect me? How do I benefit from it? But you go there, you speak, speak foreign English, design words to make it suit that their narrative, package it because this is what Igbo man sees as intelligent in Kibazwa. If he cannot speak good English, you are not even allowed to even speak in public. You will see your fellow Igbo man looking down on you because you are not communicating in a Queen's English. So usually pattern our hand is a tool against us. Yoruba first us for this education when Bawulo Hagakara. But at the end of the day, how maintain their language. Even they use that their language the perfect unique. English. But an Igbo person, the first moral or the mean still in the children is just trying to deny them everything that has to do with their culture, relating with their people, all the best to secure yellow man, and those children will grow like that to become people like Soludo, people like who that are in our face, falling sheets on our face because when we had the consequences, no consequences. I can make Igbo. We are in the 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 Igbo, yes. But our history, our origin is traceable. Nobody is able to answer all these questions. But I will but inside the Igbo does not even know that no one anything Igbo. There is no unity. Not just Gaza and onye nke eburu mkpara onye ọpụta ya ejikere aka ya wozi King Herod na ikpeazụ a no simplicity again. Onye Igbo mere ha mego omenala ha ahụ oge ekpurucha kpuru okpu agụ ka ahụ na ya odogwu for nothing. But Soludo name all these things know fully well that a Fulani man, one Fulani Chiganama is more important in Nigeria than Tiama was the governor of the state. He knows. He knows. And Soludo, from that don't make that statement, I know part time can you Biafra to we will join our ancestors to chase him on Bishia Bayanala because Ndonya is not only good of Haram. It's only good of Haram. Miami. I don't know him. I have never seen him in person. How can a person speak for me because they are governor of a state? Governor of a state. Igbo is bigger than a state. But how do you not have your intelligence? Oh, this is why they are dangerous because they say these things without fact. How can you tell people, sensible people, that because you're a governor of one state created by Nigeria law and constitutional amendment, you are now the one telling us that you know everything happening in the whole Igbo land, knowing fully well that Igbo land encompasses even more than Southeastern state you're in. So that statement is based on arrival anyway, but all propaganda they are pushing for them because the other day a state in what's it called? A state in North Carolina and Lagos came out and gave Igbo people a day to recognize their effort, everything in the community, what they contributed in the community, making the state okay. They now celebrated them. Yorubas are not happy. Even though we say as a people, this is not what we need. We need to come back to our land. But this Ndofe that had they happy. They are now fighting tooth and nail. Go on the page of newspaper, TikTok, pushing out lies. But our own people, what they are in social media is dragging themselves. Okay, just to ourselves, but the enemy gathered on one hand. If not for IPOB, how many of them are helping us to wage these wars? In a question, before you begin to say, I love Igbo. That's why I love the way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu structured this movement. This is Biafra. It's not an Igbo organization. All Igbo organization, I won't be here. To be honest with you, because Igbo man mentality is also a problem to his own survival. Because I have never seen a people in this life that does not have self-preservation. How to protect money on one. As far as now, only Igbo, they will protect you. Or they see everywhere, they want to be what's it called? They want to be more Catholic than the Pope. So Mazi, for Soludo, Kuchalano, Emma, Mbebu now go on Yama, on your lunch, no local, but Allah got to be the one, Allah got to be also to be Shia Bayala because Oberubu, and only say annual and I the union can have a DB. Only Shia and other monkey, I can be twice. So, Mazi, Yadregna,
there was the craggy, without reggae. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, I can hear you.
There was go on, please.
There was Kurutama and greetings to all Biafra. My name is Mazi Johnathan. Mazi Johnathan is from Nsukka province of Biafra land, and I am calling you from the blessed land of Biafra. Mazi, many people since 2 days ago, this news of Mwamba for Soludo, the video of town hall meeting broke. Many people have poured out their angers on Soludo because of the venom of the speech Omerena at town hall meeting within the selective Ojiri made that speech, because I can see that now all selected a flip.
Mazi, are you still there?
They don't know that now. Onwere ihe hama. Mazi.
Mazi, I don't know. You are cutting. No, please. No, you are connecting. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Call on signal. The zoo. The zoo is on our woman now. The zoo. Amasikwa geworo billionaire when you can call you load through your distance. You even Wi-Fi, but the system is not working. So that is that without we, there will be nothing like you. You have money, load everything, load your data in Nigeria, but still, no matter how you plant a coconut, the tree must bend. That's it. Caller on, I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good
afternoon from my location.
There, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Please, letting our listeners, Biafrans, and the whole world, entire world, know that what the man they call Professor Soludo came to do in America a few days ago, that is now in the open, was a veiled poison to Igbo race. It was a veiled poison to the struggle of Biafran restoration. And why do I say this? Soludo came on a calculated mission. From the last court session in Nigeria, it was reported that some white people were in court that day, and we saw the video. So Soludo is now coming to America. This is well planned, because in IPOB we think differently. He's coming to America because, one, the presence of those people. Secondly, to come in a month when Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, will go back to court to come and vomit that venom. It's poison. It's veiled poison. We must not look at it like a political statement. No, it's not a political statement. And that is one. Soludo must account, either in life or death, for anybody bearing that name, Soludo. What that man came to give our struggle is poison, disguised as campaign. Now, secondly, let us look at Soludo's intellectual dishonesties. If you are an academic, Dr. Jonathan, you know what I'm saying. If you are academic, you must not fall into the deep hole of generalization. And that was what Soludo came and emphatically mentioned. He said, and I quote, 99.9%. Any professor who teaches that in a classroom is not worthy of that status. So Soludo is just a garbage. That is the point, and that is what he has reduced himself to. Soludo has fallen into that you see, Biafrans, when people come over here, they go to maybe some high schools and they teach, and they come and brag that they are professors. If you want to be a professor, go to MIT. If you want to be a professor, go to Oxford. If you want to be a professor, go to what America calls Ivy League schools. But then, those people in such schools, when they speak impartially. Soludo is muddled in politics. Soludo, first of all, Biafran should question who is Nwamba. What was she doing before she gave back to Soludo? Because a lot of these people who are parading themselves as our leaders, we will need to do a DNA on them. Yes, we have to say the way it is. It is on Igbo, it is on Biafran for you to come and serve poison to your people. I saw the video. It was a handful of them that he gathered, even brought a policeman to stand by them. But I think I want to say at this point that it escaped the entire people in America, in Maryland, our Biafran people. Otherwise, we know what to do. But like they said, every day for the thief, one day will be for the owner. Soludo will still come again, because that mission that was not accomplished because of the alertness and the use of social media. Otherwise, he would have sneaked in and commit that damage to the struggle for Biafran freedom, and to worsen, to influence the court coming on 18th of this month. This is a veiled poison that Soludo came to serve to our people. Again, look at a professor that interferes with crime scene. This is America. When a crime is committed, no matter the degree, no matter the nature, the police gets there, the first thing they do is to barricade that place and put crime scene. You must not step in there. But a crime is committed in Anambra State without approval, without due investigation. Soludo will move in there with tractors and pull down hotels, and in the end, we will not, the society will lose result of what investigation will come about. We all know about many hotels that Soludo demolished. Soludo is telling Anambra people that that is the right thing to do. A professor who should know in an age of forensic investigation, a professor who should know everything about investigation. Soludo will play on the ignorance of our people. Ignorance of our people to get away with such atrocities. That is Soludo for you. Now, look at business. Soludo has virtually crippled small-scale businesses in Anambra State. Yes, why do I say it? Ask any trader in Onitsha, in Nnewi, in Oba, in places where there are markets. Soludo is tasking them like Pharaoh in biblical Egypt, taxing them and making life very uncomfortable. But our people are not seeing it. They are not seeing that even with the Fulanis in our forests and bushes, killing our people, stopping us from going to farm. Soludo, on the other hand, is within the government space, making life very unbearable for our people. Dr. Johnathan, like you said, let heavens come down. Soludo must not go back to that place. If he does, then that means the whole people in Anambra, whether of Anambra origin, because we are one people, then they will be blamed for the fate of letting Soludo do that. And I want to ask some questions. Where is the Ohaneze Ndibo in this poison that Soludo serve our people, serve our race? Not just IPOB, not just Nnamdi Kanu, not just ESN. What is the voice of Ohaneze in the whole of this case? He came over to America. What is the position of World Igbo Congress in this whole abula that Soludo came here to create? Everybody is quiet. Everybody is silent. And the silence in this matter means approval. So I'm saying it so that Biafrans, wherever we are, we should know one thing, that this is a war that they have brought to us, and we are going to fight it to finish. Soludo came to America to make a statement so that White House will hear about it, the whole world will hear about it. Those who visited Nigeria during the last court appearance, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, who is being held for no crime that he committed, other than asking for self-determination or freedom of his people. So Soludo came here to counter it. And tomorrow, Soludo will go to Abuja and say he will going to see Nnamdi Kanu. Ala Biafra ga-atụgbu Oshinelo aga ọ ga-ada n'elu, Oshinokporo ụzọ aga, ụzọ ahụ ga-agbabi, ọnwụ ike ga-ezigide. This is what they are doing, and this is the way they have been killing our people. Now, look, before I round up, Mazi, we are talking of Soludo today. But before Soludo, about 3 or 4 years ago, the first to come to America that we challenged here in Texas was Cardinal Arinze. Our people were being killed while Pope Francis was alive. We approached Cardinal Arinze in one of the church in Dallas. When he saw us, we were only 3 of us with young people that accompanied us. You need to see the look in the face of Arinze. We said, Papa, we have a letter for you. We have a letter for the Pope. This is what our people is going through. Please give this note, give this letter, the same letter that just copied to him. Arinze refused to take that letter. Right. We didn't make noise about it. We left. Next one was Cardinal Apareke. He came again to the same church, and we approached him. The same thing ensued. The same thing ensued. At a point, my colleague at that place gave him a flag. He said, "This is Biafra flag. Hold it. Are you ashamed of flying this flag?" He said, "No. Are you the one going to give me flag, or am I the one going to give you flag. I'm talking about Dr. Tina. And we looked at it, he was so uncomfortable seeing us. I'm saying it. Ndị Igbo si na agba akụ ya apịa akụ gbaa ya ada n'ogwe, agba nke izizi n'ogwe, agba nke abụọ n'ogwe, agba nke atọ n'ogwe. Ndị Igbo ka anyị jụọ n'onwe anyị ajụjụ ma ogwe ka apịrị akụ ahụ. This is the way they have been killing our people. This is the way they have been destroying our people. Without IPOB, maybe my name would have been Musa. Mazi, thank you for this opportunity. We must continue. We must bring it to them. Those who voted Soludo, there is a group they call League of Anambra Professionals. All of them should bury their faces in debt. Behind bogus name, doing nothing, being selfish, going on individual lane so that you can profit from the suffering of your people. And it has to stop. It has to stop with the indigenous people of Biafra. Thank you, Mazi, for this opportunity.
There were Mazi. There were. We are fighting to change the mentality of our people. It's the most difficult fight, honestly. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Are you there? Mazi Ifani. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. There, we'll go on. Go on, please. Go on.
I'm coming out.
Go on, Mazi. Go on. Go on. Go on, Mazi. Go on.
All right. My name is Mazi Ifani. Mazi Ifani, calling from his location. Mazi Johnathan. You can see, we still have Ifajunas in our land. Somebody like Sewibo. Sewibo, his name is Sewibo. I don't blame him because Sewibo knows that his children is imbecile. He born imbecile. He knew that none of his children will become a leader tomorrow, or maybe trying to become a leader tomorrow. That is why he's trying to, project Igbo race as a violent people, as a violent race. Mazi, I don't blame him because his predecessor, Ongokaikai, he said it. He bargained with the life of his people. 50-50. He said that if Fulani kill Anambra man, Fulani will pay them 500,000, and if Anambra man kill Fulani, and Anambra will pay 500,000. Indirectly, he's telling Fulani to kill us. Highest, now money, then go use solve everything. Now Soludo have come, In fact, sometimes I always blame people that call these people intellectual. Mas, they are not intellectual. They are intellectual. Those people are intellectual. Soludo is not when you go to school. Maybe you went to school that makes you to become a brilliant or somebody that has wisdom. No. For my own side, Soludo is an illiterate. Is an illiterate. Because I never see somebody that went to school that can speak against their race like this illiterate Soludo. Let's stop calling him professor. He's a intellectual. That's his name. And so Igbo. So we were supposed to let him go and listen to Kule and Alahaji. Kule and Alahaji talk. Let Sowibo go and listen to that talk. Mazi, please, you will start playing that talk this time around. Where Alahaji said that even if his people are eating people are alive, eating flesh of people, he can never say that they are doing bad thing. Look at Sowibo trying to give these people green card to start killing young Igbo youth. Try to give Fulani terrorists repented Boko Haram, which them recruited into Nigeria system, military, and the Boko Haram army to have a right to start killing our people just like that. Mazi is unfair, but let him know that we can never forget and we can never forgive. Nothing they will do that can stop the coming of Biafra. If he like, let him condemn all the whole Igbo race. Let him condemn everybody. Them can never stop the coming of Biafra because we are going to pay them with the same coin. We are going to pay even their family, even their mass. We can never forgive. Except somebody like me, I'm not alive to get this freedom, to get Biafra. Otherwise, these people, all their, because we must uproot them from their roots. You see these people, we must uproot them from their roots. And if we uproot these people from the roots, we can never see a seed that can germinate from that place in order to, try to paint their race black or to try to, use political words in order to condemn his race. Mazi, we can never allow, we can never forget. And that is why it's very, very important that our radio in Anambra must be start talking so that the people will know the agenda of this man trying to hand over the heart of Igbo, the Isobi Ndi Igbo to Fulani. Mazi, we can never allow that to happen. We can never, except we IPOB are dead, except all of us are dead. But if God still keep us to, continue living and fighting for this, our freedom, Mazi, none of them that speak against us and against Igbo race will go scot-free. Even from we must wipe them out, whether they like it or not. Mazi, we are there. Let them start talking or saying whatever they know or saying whatever they don't know about us because of plan they have promised him second time, promised him not even president, vice president. That's what I heard that they have promised him, and that is why he's trying to praise or plead his caliphate masters in order to kill us. But no problem. We are recording them. We are recording all their ways and all their atrocities and all their crime against us. One day they must pay. They must pay for all these things which they have committed against.
Ndewo Mazi. Ndewo. Thank you.
Good night, Mazi. Good night.
Ndewo. Caller on WhatsApp. Please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes. Good evening to you, Mazi Johnathan. Good evening.
Mazi.
Thank you so much. Greetings to you, my beloved brothers and sisters. This right effort. Mazi, you see, I want to say this. The statement of Sewibo. Sewibo is the governor of Anambra State, which is a member of the Islamization agenda as a leader in our land. Yes, there are so many of them who is a part and parcel of the Islamization agenda that is going on all over the whole Nigeria. The so-called Sewibo is part and parcel of this agenda. He was among the people that signed so that our land will be taken over. That is the reason why he's saying all these things. And that is the reason why also he collabed together with the evildoer called Asare Dokubo to bring a particular group which he named Udogachi. Many of them are not Igbo, but they claim that Udogachi used them to kill our youth. Sewibo is behind the killing that is going on in Anambra. Sewibo is the one that sent the people that came to massacre Ebonyi youth that is having their normal weekly meeting. And they thought that this is a Biafra meeting. Yes, because the statement that came from that particular people, he said this meeting, you people are doing this meeting against us. And after noticing the truth, they still go ahead because they have seen that this is Igbo youth and kill Mazi. They killed 20 of them, not even 13. Then I want to continue to tell you, as an Igbo man that is listening to my voice, let me remind you that the only remedy, the only protection you have as it is the indigenous people of Biafra, which our leader Mazi Johnathan Kanu. You know him as a man that vow not to sell his people. Anybody that is coming out to tell you that he is there to protect you is a lie. Because the same Udogachi, the same Ebubago, whatever, so we will establish is the same thing that the Hope Uzodema established. Okay, go and check the activities of these security officers. Yes, these people that was established by this evil Islamization agenda leader. Check the activities of these security officers, what they are doing to our land. You can see that they are helping the enemies to make sure that our land are being taken over. And that is the reason why that our mother is lamenting. That is the reason why he keep on shouting, telling the whole Igbo. Well, where she made a mistake when he called the leader of Nigerian soldiers. No, he continue calling Igbo people. Don't call those leader of Nigerian army because they know what is going on and they will not do anything to help you. Rather, you try to wake your own people up. For those that is pretending to sleep, because there are so many of us that is pretending to be asleep. But we are telling all of you that if you see evil, you didn't condemn that evil today. Tomorrow, that evil will be at your door. And you will shout, nobody will answer you. That be the reason why Sewiwo will withdraw his statements. Sewiwo will apologize to the whole entire Igbo youth. The whole entire Igbo youth need to demand for the Sewiwo withdrawing of this statement. Mazi, what our brother, second to the last caller, said is truth. Sewiwo is among the people that is working hard to make sure that our leader Mazi Johnathan Chinedu remain in detention. He is among the people that is making sure that Eastern Security Network and the IPOBs entirely is not longer in existence doing the work of salvation. But we are telling him that he must withdraw that word. Publicly, he will come on public and make a statement that what he said is wrong. Because nobody in Nigeria can come out boldly and tell you that is listening to my voice now that Fulani jihadist herdsmen are not in the mission. In every corner of this Nigeria, everybody is testifying. Our leader, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, people are calling him prophets. People are calling Nnamdi Kanu prophet that he said this thing years ago. People refuse to listen to him. People say that he's trying to divide Nigeria. That what he said is happening. So somebody should go and tell Sewiwo that he's trying to deceive himself because people knows the truth. People knows the group that is terrorizing every corner of Nigeria, including our land. We know that they don't love what we are doing. They are the agents planted in our land to fulfill this evil mission. But we are telling them that they and their family will never exist to fulfill their mission. Mazi, thank you so much.
There, Mazi. We must continue. I think you are the last caller, please. You are the last caller. Please, we are going to switch off the phones. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. What we are fighting is so enormous. We are fighting to change, first of all, the mentality, the primitive mentality of our people. I continue mentioning this primitive mentality, because there lies the key. Once we're able to change, to make our people start thinking in another way, I'm telling you, we have succeeded. That mental changing is the number one issue, because this mentality, obscure mentality, is the reason why people are allowed to misbehave. This is the reason why, just like our brother said, we take money, cash, as the most important thing in life. No legacy, only cash. Our people now worship money, how it comes without, they can destroy ourselves just to make money or for political position. No onye ji ego na-ekwuzi eziokwu, ihe ọ na onye ji ego kwuru wụ eziokwu. This is a very wrong mentality. Very, very wrong mentality that we should change. This is where our problem lies. Because this mental problem is obstructing our effort. As everybody is trying to rise up by himself, thinking that he does not need a people. That is, he does not need we to rise up or to make it. Without understanding that it is we are the system. We should create a vibrant system that covers everybody. Are you hearing me? This is where the problem lies. Igwebike. We have lost that mantra of Igwebike, the real meaning or the real practicality. We have lost it. Are you hearing me? Or this is because, are you telling me that people in that town hall meeting in Maryland, are you telling me that they are not informed enough to understand what is happening in our land? When somebody comes to change the narrative in their presence, they should be bold enough in order to counter him, disrupt him, or confront him and say, no, you are wrong. But do you know what keeps them quiet? Oh, now you are governor. Now I'm cool now. Guys, contact. They will remark me as the bad person. So everybody, that complacency, because of their personal interest, now people kept quiet, gulping down the garbage, without no confrontation, without opposition. This is primitive mentality, and that is what we must continue changing. I am telling you, they are fighting us through different ways, pulling us down. Like one of our brothers said, I think from Lagos or Abuja, that called, said, you see many of our old people in Abuja and Lagos, after retiring, they are not going back home. I tell you, because the reason why, their pastors who is Yoruba or Hausa have told them that if you go go village, they will kill you. So, you see, they condition us mentally because they know that we are gullible. Igbos are gullible, not we are, please. We IPOBians have been exonerated. We have been refined. Igbos are naturally gullible. You manipulate them anyhow. Very easy to manipulate or very easy to be manipulated. Very, very gullible, because they act on sentiments. They act on hearsay. They don't care to understand, to try to investigate, to know, because they are believers. They are natural believers, So even the pastors manipulate them. Don't go. Your brothers are evil. And you accept it. That's it. Because it is in Nollywood. These are things that we are trying to change the narrative here on Radio Biafra. It is the most tedious work. If we start thinking collectively, I'm telling you, one person cannot come and cook for Oha. Somebody like Soludo as an individual cannot come and insult everybody and go scot-free. No confrontation, nothing. This is the height of insults. Self-destruction is a character of primitivity. It's a primitive character. Self-destruction. I give example before. I say it is natural that, carnivorous animals, they go and kill other animals to come and feed they take care of their own. What is not natural, what is unnatural is a lion killing his own cub in order to feed another, maybe hyena. It's not done. It's unnatural. But this is what our people are doing. This is what our people are doing. When you you can sell your people through your statement, as Oludo have said. You can sell thinking that, oh, now you are trying to make money. No, it's treason. You are selling your people, and it's a primitive character because it is leading to self-destruction. No tribe, no nation destroys itself and stands. It's impossible. Individuality can never solve any problem. Individuality, individual. No, it is we. We must join hands together in order to do what? In order to build a vibrant society. And, you know, communal interests must step on our various individual interests. It doesn't matter the limit, it doesn't matter the level. For us to have communal interest, for to serve our communal interests, our common interests, everybody, every individual must lower down his or her individual interests. And this is where our people fail it most of the time. That's where you see comments like, nah, no person can control me. I am independent. So I cannot, no person can, they want me to do like this. I will not do it. Because you're still primitive. If you want to be living in a civilized society or in Western society, with this mentality, lack of discipline, you are primitive. That is what we preach here. Therefore, we must continue what we are doing because do you see this IPOB it remains our only savior. Of course, maybe people think that yeah. With the character of our people, or many of our people, I'm telling you, to destroy IPOB is impossible. But if the system, I will I am telling you. So we have to protect this struggle. We must protect it. It is a must. I say it is a must to protect this struggle from seeing corruption. That is why Biafra remains our ideology. Biafra remains our religion. We must continue in making sure that we sustain the momentum of this struggle. Therefore, join hands with IPOB, donate, forget about what all these politicians are doing. They don't look at a politician that goes to condemn his own people. Why exonerating the Fulani terrorists that are causing havoc? Everybody is crying. Every indigenous people is being touched in Nigeria by the Fulani terrorists. Only in Igbo land that people, a politician will go and start publicly exonerating them. That all these things are false, is propaganda. This is ebe a ka ewepụrụ ndị Igbo aka sị na ndị a achịrị ekekwe chịrịkwanụ biko. But we must continue. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Ebeka unusi Biafra. Ebeka unusi Biafra gaimara Biafra gane bozo gamiri agaimara Biafra gane bozo gamiri Biafra gane
Once again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Johnathan Chinedu from our local province of Biafra Land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 5th day of May 2024. Therefore, without taking any more time, I will hand over the microphone, the platform, to our First Lady, Lolo Uchechi Okukano. Lolo, please welcome to the program and address Biafrans and lovers of freedom worldwide. Ndewo.
Ndewo, Mazi Johnathan. God bless you. You're doing indeed a great job. Thank you very much. Great people of Biafra, good evening to you from where I am on this day, the 5th of May, 2024. But depending on where you're listening to me from, it is good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you. My name is, I have to add some of the names that Nnamdi Kanu calls me, for the reason best known to me. So my name is Nnamdi Me Anyanwụ Ụtụtụ Okukano. I bring you greetings from Ohamadike 1 of Biafra land. Onye ndu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Kamano Ozuzo. The great colossus of our time. Our unswerving, dogged, unfaltering, indefatigable, unimpeachable, and indomitable leader of this great impregnable movement. As you already know, I visited my husband, Onye Nduanyi, where he is illegally held in solitary confinement under the umbrella of the Nigeria Secret Service Department, known as the DSS. But before I proceed, I would like to make a fervent orison, that is a prayer, to ask for divine guidance from the Creator of the universe. Nihina, once you start to speak, the Spirit takes over. Eke sina mmiri ke elu ụwa nke bụ ala anyị bụ mmadụ guzoro ma birikwa n'ime ya. Okike, onye tụrụ ntọala, onye kwadoro ụzọ anyị bụ mmadụ ga-esi gaa n'okpuru ya. Anyị bụ ụmụ gị abịala n'ihu gị n'abalị a. Ịchọ ihu ọma gị na akara aka ọma gị. Ka ngọzi gị na amara gị soro anyị na-aga site ugbu a ruo mgbe niile ebi ebi. Ka aka gị bụ igbe nke na-eche ndụ chebe anyị. Lekwa ndị na-enweghị otu o siri fọrọ ha, rọpụtara ha. Lekwa ndị ọrịa, gwọọ ha ọrịa. Lekwa ndị nọ n'ime ihe mgbu nke obi. Ndị bụ ibu arụ, meda ha obi ma mekwa ka ibu arụ nke a ha bụrụ ihe ga-adịrị ha mfe. Lekwa ndị di ha nwụrụ na njem a anyị nọ n'ime ya, bụrụ ha di. Ndị ụmụ ha nwụrụ na ndị enweghị nne na nna, bụrụ ha nne na nna, bụrụ ha ụmụ. Nye ha nkasi obi, mepekwara anyị niile ụzọ. Anyị nwabụ ndị dị ndụ ka anyị nwee ike nyere ha aka guzoro n'ụzọ ha ga-esi lekọta onwe ha anya ma lekọtakwa ụmụ ha anya. Lekwa ụmụ gị bụ ndị na-echebe anyị bụ ESN. Chebe ha, kpuchie ha, gbakwa ha ume ma rọpụtakwara anyị ihe a ga-eji na-elekọta ha. Lekwa ndị niile bụ ndị isi na ndị na-aga ozi niile dị iche iche n'okpuru ngalaba niile mepụtara IPOB site n'ọkwa nke nta ruo eri na ndị DOS kpuchie ha, chebekwa ha, tụkwasịrị ha amamihe n'elu nke inyegoro ha, gbakwa ha ume nke ha ga-eji anagide ifufe nke ndị iro na-efe n'ihi njem a anyị nọ n'ime ya bụ njem ezi omume. Lekwa onye ndu anyị bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, onye nọ n'aka ndị iro, onye izitere anyị ka o duo anyị na njem ezi omume a. Bụ onye na-ahụ n'ihe na-ahụ n'ọchịchịrị ịhapụrụ mmadụ nke nọ n'ihe, mana nke nọ n'ọchịchịrị ka inyezi ndị kwadoro n'ụzọ ịhụ ihe zoro ezo. Mere anyị ihe amara ịkpọpụta onye ndu anyị, kpọpụtakwa ndị ụmụnne anyị ndị Nigeria gọọmenti ji n'ebe nzuzo niile dị iche iche. Anyị na-arara ka ha rabụ ndị na-ebili na-emegide njem ezi omume a, na-achọ imebi mbọ niile a na-agbaala na nnwere onwe anyị a. Ka ala bilie megide ndị dị otu a, ka ha bụrụ ndị ga-anọ n'ala na-ahụ egbe. Ha bụrụ na ha akwụsị iwezuga aka n'ihe ọjọọ na mpụ, ka mmiri na-eru eru maa ha ugbu a mgbe niile ebighị ebi. Ise ise ise. Good evening once again, great people of Biafra. Excuse me. On this very day of Nkwo, Nkwo ga-akwọtara anyị ihe ọma, kwọtara anyị ahụ isi ike, kwọtara anyị ọganiru, kwọtara anyị ngọzi, kwọtara anyị ịdị n'otu nke ezinụlọ, which is the motto of IPOB, one family. Nkwo ga-akwọpụrụ anyị ndị obi ọjọọ, ndị their DNA is to cause confusion. Kwọpụrụ anyị blackmailers and backbiters. Ọ dịrị anyị mma na-eke orie afọ na Nkwo. Ise ise. You already know I visited my husband, onye ndu anyị, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he asked me to, of course, speak to our people of my visit. I am also under his directives to speak as a mother, taking cognizance of the importance of operating as one family. And what does one family mean? What does it symbolize? It symbolizes unity. For those operating outside of IPOB structure, you are not part of this family. And for those who want to be part of this great family known all over the world, you can only function under the authority and ordinance of the DOS. First of all, I want to thank you all for having us in your good thoughts. To those who genuinely show love and support to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you know, when you genuinely love someone, it transcends to what belongs to that person. Hence, the genuineness of your love for Nnamdi Kanu transcends respect, love, care you show to me, his wife, and his offsprings. And I know you all can't wait to hear how he is faring, what we discussed, and all of that. So I will quickly run through this. You know I prefer to stick to 45 minutes and nothing more than 1 hour. Before onyahange puchala for 1 hour, the first paragraph onyahuku. I twist twist. So for this very moment, when I met with Onyendu, he was very happy. He was excited. I was excited. We talked about a lot of things. We discussed about his health. We discussed about the legal team. We discussed about the movement. We discussed about our health as husband and wife, and most importantly, the well-being of our little 8-year-old son who faces a certain emotional challenge because of the absence of Onyendu. Other things we discussed are the whispers of, a husband to his wife and wife to her husband, which actually should be of no one's concern. But if you must know, there were whispers of love and encouragement said to each other. Lots of kisses and hugs and holding of hands like secondary school lovers. And I tried to stay strong and not shed any tear. And Onyendu also tried to stay strong for me. The only time I had to shed a tear was when I told him my dream. The dream I had on the 27th of March. For the very first time, my father-in-law came to me. I told Onyendu the dream. So Papa came to me for the very first time. In fact, some days before the 27th of March, I was speaking, and I was just speaking, because I usually speak to spirits. I just speak. And I said, "Oh, Papa, I've never seen you since you left." And the next night, he appeared to me. I will not explain, I will not tell the beginning of the dream, but I went into the house. I was told the house was blocked from entrance. And I said, well, damn the consequences, and I jumped over. I went into the house. I locked the door. My father-in-law was coming down the stairs, but I didn't know he was coming down the stairs. I heard his voice whilst I was turning the key. And he said to me, "Odim Nobi, ezigbo nwanyim." And I started to walk upstairs, and he was coming down very strong. He had no walking staff. He was wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, very strong. And I looked up to him, and he said to me, When he asked that question, I started to cry. I sobbed. I wept. I started to cry profusely. And he ran down the steps and he held me. He carried me on his thighs and he said, "Oh, ezigbo nwanyim. Ijele nwanyim, odim nobi. Nwa m hụrụ n'anya ogene. Iwe gị dị ọkụ dajụrụ. Besia akwa, besia ya. And I was crying this much because I thought someone actually understands the pain. The heavy cry that I cannot cry on the outside, so it's deep down in the heart. So that was the only emotional moment that I had with Onyendu. So I told him the story, I told him the dream. Whilst I was telling him the dream, I was crying, and Onyendu had to clean, clean. He felt the reality of the dream, what it meant. And he said to me, Ndo, it's okay. And that was it. We started talking about other things, and we were holding hands. He just wouldn't let my hands go, and I wouldn't let his hands go either. So now we went on to his health. So I will reiterate what I have said here before. I think the first time I was here on 2022, I mentioned that Onyendu's health, or his state of health, is known to everyone. So everyone knows what Onyendu is going through, or what his state of health is. Excuse me, but he remains the man with one of the sharpest minds I have ever encountered or ever read about in the history of books. His mind is sound and sharp. And he reminded me of things that I couldn't even remember. So when some certain innuendos were going around and talking about Onyendu's mind, I had to say that, and I had to make that clear, very clear. I learned some imbeciles were twisting the things I said. And even Onyendu had to laugh when I told him about playing of chess. You know how the queen goes after the enemy king, and her king supports her. So, and it's called in chess, it's called kiss of death. And these imbeciles couldn't read; they don't know what it means, and they went ahead to talk about it. Anyway, that's by the way. So the Onyendu laughs. You know how Onyendu laughs at people's stupidity. So he laughs, and that was fun. So I'll go back to business of the day. His mind is sound and sharp. So we talked about. I asked him a question, and he said to me, yes, I adhered to your instructions regarding the 2 out of 3 drugs given to me by the DSS's health department for my heart issue. So the issue here is that Onyendu's heart valve, for it to be corrected, needs or the right procedure for the correction would be a surgery. But to curb the palpitations, they were giving him about 3 drugs, and 2 out of these drugs I learned. In fact, first of all, I constantly raised this very issue with the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, that is the FCDO. I constantly raise with them to find out the level of Onyendu's potassium rate, because there's always this potassium level, and I think Dr. Kaji, he asked me a question: what level is this potassium? Is it too high or is it low? Because these are where the dangers lie, and no one has that answer. So I raised that with the FCTO, and as usual, their feedbacks or their feedback yields no joy. All they say is they can only raise the question with the DSS, or they can only raise this concern with the DSS. So when I learned of these medications and their effects, I quickly sent a message across to Onyendu explaining how one of the drugs increases his this very dreaded potassium level, and the other lowers it. And the knock-on effect of this alternating state of the potassium level is palpitations. Call it high blood pressure. So Onyendu said he quickly adhered to my instructions, and that has helped a little bit. In fact, during this time of panic and worry, where I had to join a meeting seeking for solution regarding my husband's medication, a certain woman, I will not mention her name for now, kept throwing side comments, which I found very unacceptable. And this is because she said, I heard you, Onyendu, you need to come out and behave like a mad woman so Nigerian government can release Onyendu to us. And but let me address this group of people. Some of you, or some of them rather, think that this is Igbo meeting, whatever, or whatever, and you come and you showcase your colorful apparels as peacocks. You sit down in your little coven from 8 p.m. till 12 midnight, asking yourselves, Well, why is Uchechi not? Why is she not on social media crying? She needs to mela konyara. Okusire omeishia konyara ya mara akwa kia akwa nishi pota. That they are so that Nigerian government will release Onyendu. It means you don't know what you're in. I mean, it means you don't even you don't know the reason or the purpose to your joining IPOB. You didn't understand why you joined IPOB. We have come to understand that some of these people are yet to grasp the intricacies of freedom fighting. Go back to some of the broadcasts that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has made in the past. Nobody is coming to give us Biafra. We will get Biafra ourselves. Maybe if we were from Baltics or somewhere in Europe or the Europe continent, maybe we would have gotten Biafra. But because we are Biafrans, because we are special, because there is something unique about us, the world is afraid of us. And someone said, "Oh, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a citizen of US, they would have come for him." Oh dear. No, they would not have. This is Biafra we're talking about. So before you find yourself in an organization, or if you come out to join someone for something, you need to understand the purpose of that movement. You need to understand the intricacies. You need to understand what could be and what couldn't, what can and what can't be. We have chosen to use the truth to liberate ourselves and not with weapons, because we cannot afford to lose more lives. So don't forget, there's a body called Amnesty International. They are there to bear witness. N'ihi nke a, anyị na ndị iro anyị ga-achịpụ ya, anyị ga-ahụ isi ya. You were expecting me to come to your tent and tell you what we are doing, because she said, "Oh, you need to tell us what you're doing." How dare you? You clearly marked where you belong. You clearly marked your territory. You clearly marked that you do not obey the instructions of the DOS. And then I have no business with you. You have chosen to extricate yourself from the structure upon which you joined the movement. So Nnamdi Kanu was taken, and these certain set of people went nuts. So you never cared about Nnamdi Kanu, you never cared about the movement. You came for something else, and immediately he was taken, you jumped on that thing, which you don't even know how to deal with it. So in your tent of betrayers, where you all wrapped yourself in your quilt of indiscipline. So in IPOB, we say we are whiter than white. And how did we come about that? It is because Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always say that if you do not announce yourself, if you don't tell people who you are, if you don't mark your boundaries, nobody will understand it, nobody will know. And that is why when you come around me, I tell you that I don't like indiscipline. If you are not disciplined, you cannot work with me. You can't be around me. If you're found in disorderliness, you cannot be around me. If you're a dishonest person, if you're not honest, you cannot be around me. If you're someone without integrity, you have a problem with me, and I promise you the reverse is also the same. It riles my spirit. So Onyendu took my instructions based on that, and he felt a little better. But we believe that the new doctors who are involved in looking after him now will continue to keep in check on areas that are of utmost importance. You must also know that the British government, with Mazi's health and everything, they are still playing their paper tiger game. You know, they're still pretending that they are paper tigers. They are not doing anything. But that will not stop us from knocking on their door and continue to tell them that we are watching, and they will not have any other choice but to do the right thing. So that is regarding Onyendu's health. Now, on the legal team, I know this is where everybody is looking out for. This is where everybody wants to know what is going on. In fact, when I sat down with Onyendu, he started talking to me about. I did not ask him any question about these things. There was just one question that I asked him, and I'm not going to say it here. But I have told the leadership what that is. Of course, Onyendu gave me a message to give to Mazi Johnathan on something to do, something that has to do with improving, my POB and the strength of the DOS. And I've given that message to the leadership. So that very one question that I asked Onyendu, I've also told Mazi Johnathan, but I won't say it here. That's the only question I asked him. Others he explained to me. He started all the conversations we had. He started it with me. He started it first. So the legal team, 95%. So when the conversation went on, I told him that 95% of our people are very upset, because that is what I gathered. I mean, our people, including non-IPOB members, are very upset regarding what happened with the legal team. And they are very disappointed, or still very disappointed by this flop, and raised their concerns. So I also raised that to Onyendu, because I constantly heard the question before I saw Onyendu. I heard the questions. Oh, what does Onyendu's wife say about it? What is she saying about it? Can't she do something about it? No, my answer was no, and is no, because I want to make something clear. Excuse me. I only have the authority to make a decision or to appoint a legal representative to represent my husband if I realize that my husband is abandoned or has been abandoned by the legal representative in an unprofessional manner, and feed Biafrans and myself with lies, as the case was in 2015. I know I mentioned in the past I'm writing a book, and everything, like I said, that has ever happened between myself in my life, ever since I got married to Mazi and the Kanu, will be found in the book. Is the book that even people all over the world are looking forward to reading, because it tells you about the art of surviving. It tells you that living is an art. So it is about me, it's about my life, but it teaches a lot. It teaches the spiritual part of things, and it teaches the psychological part of things as well. It is very educative. Anyway, so all of that will be found in the book. So in 2015, I had to make that decision because Onyendu was incommunicado, and I realized that I needed to take that action. And I swung into action and took that decision. Now, when Onyendu came out in 2017, his business with Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, it was between the two of them. My job was done and dusted. So Onyendu gave Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor a different brief entirely. So it was Onyendu this time around. So I have no business, or with the continuous representative of Onyendu by Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor. So my answer to that was that no, Onyendu has the right to choose who represents him, as it's his right. Okay? So, that is my answer. But, when I had this conversation with Onyendu, in all fairness to Onyendu, I am trying now to make everybody to understand what happened. In all fairness to Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is and was against the attacks on Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and SAN Chief Professor Michael Zokeme. He was against it. Now, there is a certain person who counters every decision that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu makes. I will not call his name today, but if he continues to behave like an imbecile, I will call his name. And he will have to answer to Biafrans what actually happened. These rascals issuing these attacks disobeyed the instructions of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He instructed them to stay their slandering tongues, filled with lies and imputing fingers, but they disobeyed him. So nobody should actually fault Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because he is in detention. He can't actually do much from where he is. So a certain person is using this opportunity, which I don't understand what his gain is, what he hopes to achieve. If this is just when he has just woken up from sleep to run a business, I don't know, to run freedom fighting organization, I don't understand. But this is not fair on Onyendu. That someone sits on the outside, create enemies, and tag them Nnamdi Kanu's enemy. Nnamdi Kanu is no enemy of Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and SAN Ozokeme. In fact, one of the lawyers did mention that Onyendu said when he comes out, he would go and visit Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Mike Ozokeme. Unquote. So it is Onyendu's right to say, okay, I am not happy with this, I'm not happy with that. Stand by. There is a word called stand by, and I'm sure some of the principal officers in IPOB understands the word stand by. So you can say to your legal team, stand by, because I want this certain set of people to do this and do that and do that. There is something that Mazi Onyendu talked about. A certain application that was not done. But that application is evident. It is there. So who has given Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a certain application that has omitted what Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and his team filed? That is a question. Okay? So my husband said to me, don't get me wrong, I have no problems with Chief Ozokeme and Barrister Ejiofor. So this is for the people to understand. Because it was a question that, to be honest, I was not even talking about, because I have so much to deal with. So all I get is, this is what I've done. I get a report from the legal team. This is what I've done. This is what we've done. This is what your husband said. And this is our next step. And I bear it in mind. It is for my knowledge. It is for me to keep up with what is going on, just in case I go in for interviews. I had no decision whatsoever. I had no authority whatsoever to tell them what to do. Okay. So when he said to me, I have no problem with Chief Ozokeme and I have no problem with Barrister Ejiofor, that he still holds them in high esteem. However, I understood that he may have acted on that advice or on advice to take the decision to change his legal team. And I hope everyone is making a headway. I mean, you understand what I'm saying. So I understood that Onyendo may have acted on an advice to take the decision to change his legal team, which he yielded to for reasons which are not well suited with me, as the evidence, just as I mentioned a few seconds ago, is patent. Or reasons are just best known to him. Though I had equally offered my advice as his wife in that regard, I hopefully expect a better outcome in the coming time. Before I just continue, before this very time, in 2021, there was a certain time that the legal team were all gathered. Both the legal team, both Barrister Ejiofor and the current legal team now. And I spoke to them. And I said to them that Nnamdi Kanu is the tree that all of you have come. I mean, you're representing him. I asked this person, do you have a problem with this person? He said no. And I asked the other person, do you have a problem with this person? And that person said no. I said, that means you two can work together because you need an information from Barrister Ejiofor to be able to administer the things that you need to. And Barrister Ejiofor also needs information from you to be able to carry out his part. And they both agreed. So there is this Confucianist who is so poisonous and toxic that does not sit well with him. He wants to create division. He wants to create divide and rule. Why? Do you even understand why we're looking for Biafra? If you're behaving in this manner, do you know what Biafra means? What it will take to run it? So you find out that this is a poison spread across by, I don't know, is this sadism? I'll leave that for now. Now, I have received positive feedback as thousands of our people commended my visit to these noble men of integrity. Thousands of our people. I mean, with the event of things, circumstances, I am not able to go on social media because before you even know, I had no idea we were in May already. The time runs so fast. So I think this is where I will bring in my Chioma would have to tweet for me. What I will write and send across to her so she's the one who accesses my Twitter and my Facebook. So I think it's only important that I write and send to her, and then she can then post them for me rather than me not finding the time to log in and the rest of it. So that way I don't stay out of social media for a long time. So I got thousands of positive feedbacks from our people, both IPOB members and non-IPOB members. So these are the things you look at and you run a review You place this and place this. These people are non-IPOB members, and these people are IPOB members. So it means that these people are actually doing something. It means that these people are found. Worthy of what they're doing. So, irrespective of the blackmail by ndị ọfọziri ka ha tụtụwa komkom n'ahịa ori ukwu a na-enwe ori ukwu market onwe ndị ọfọrọ ka ha tipu efe then gaa ebe ha na-atụtụzi komkom. That's the only thing left. Very soon, ajụwazi ha ogini na-eme ogini. For now, they are still rampaging. So irrespective of all the blackmails and the rest of it, so Chioma is busy. Chioma just had a baby. In fact, Biafrans, Chioma had a baby in December, and Koronka didn't allow me to tweet it. So send her your love, and if you live in London and you need to have your food cooked for you, so you can pay for it. Chioma is there for you. So she's very busy with her baby, but she's also busy with her phone. So she's waiting for you. When you write your rubbish, she will delete you and she will block you. And she will laugh. And she will call me and say, I've deleted one imbecile. Yeah? So just so you know, because I don't have time. And I am particularly delighted that I offered my visit. I mean, this very visit offered me the opportunity to visit these two legal giants. For the very first time, I saw Professor Michael Sokeme-san and Barrister Ejiofor to thank them most profoundly for their thankless services and overwhelming victories they recorded in my husband's case, which I felt are not well acknowledged and appreciated for. Not well acknowledged and appreciated for. There must be a reason for one to behave when you're constantly creating confusion, when you're constantly creating chaos, when you're constantly creating poisons and imputing ill thoughts in everything and everywhere you go. You poison every seat you sit on. You poison every ear that opens up to you. You poison them. But people should actually ask you, all the people you poisoned since 2015, where are they? They followed you and they worked with you and they caused chaos. Where are they today? That should be the question the current idiots and imbeciles listening to you should ask themselves. They are nothing but pawns. So these noble giants, Mike Ozokame and Barisifanyi Ejiofor, they are not well thanked. They are not well acknowledged. They are not well appreciated for their thoughtlessness, for so much that they're putting. And this man has had his life in danger for over the years. For years, come 2015, when Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor came on this case, his name was announced on the radio. People were ringing him. If you go to court, we will kill you. We will do this. We will do that. We will do this. This man has endured so much. They recorded a victory of 8-count charge, struck out of 15 charges, and consequent judgment they got at Court of Appeal, which discharged and acquitted MNK. And let me lay emphasis that this said Court of Appeal judgments still resonate most profoundly till today. When we go anywhere, we're talking about the Supreme Court, we're talking about the count charges, the 15 count charges. In fact, 8 struck out of 15. We're talking about the appeal, acquitted, and discharged. It is by these men. So when you're going mad and running insane by You have to be careful. When did we become such humans who show no gratitude? And one thing you must understand is that in the sphere of supernatural, there are repercussions of ingratitude. And you should also know that ingratitude stems from a deeper part of your mental state. It comes from this sadness. You don't have Ojujuafo. So we must desist from this insanity. And on the current legal team, who are now representing Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, my advice is to focus on the task of securing the release of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu diligently and professionally, because when you begin to run around and gossip and tell stories and instead of you to carry out the message, you first of all go and report to somebody who tells you, just do it. I promise you, if you don't do your job professionally, you will not like the end. It's a promise. You will not like it. Pushing the case, you need to understand what you are expected to do in court and how to behave. Totally refraining from meddling in IPOB issues, all this, engaging in unnecessary media tantrums, playing to gallery, and needless distractions, which tend to undermine the seriousness and character of this case. This is a high-profile case. And since the workload is massive, it's only appropriate that you pay attention to details and rules of the word, while order of my intervention for inclusion of experts and building up a very formidable legal team continues. Can you come into a thing like this, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu's legal team, you want to cause, you want to separate, you want division, because in the frame of things, the only person who is directly affected by Nnamdi Kanu's absence is me and his children. It's me. If you like, take it to the heavens and come down, because TJ, you go in, you switch off your thingy, what's it called? Your phone, you switch off your social media program, you go to bed, you wake up in the morning, you do the bits that you need to be, you talk to your children, you do stuff, and then you cause confusion in my husband's ability and process to be released. There is limit to what I can take. There is limit to my quietness. In fact, you should be afraid that I am quiet. That should bother you. And that brings me to the heart of the solution of Onyendu's current situation. It is evident that this is a case of political solution. But that does not mean we will allow Nigeria government to continue to bask in their impunity of disobeying court orders. So with the current legal team, we will continue to meet them. That is Barrister Aloy and his team. We'll continue to meet them head on, even as we have asked Binta Nyako to recuse herself. She has to recuse herself, not to allow herself be used, because in the end, Nigeria government will use her and fail her. So we will continue to ask her to review beyond all reasonable doubt or recuse herself. Howbeit, only a stupendous ignoramus will continue to feign obliquity of the required steps we need to achieving a political solution. This is the political solution, of course. But when you look at the word political solution, what does it mean? It means the elite, the people. It means the political state. It means the political who and who in the society. And it has to also stem from a central point. That movement has to stem from a central point. So let me use this opportunity to thank Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. I want to thank him for his swift endeavor to facilitate my visit to my husband. Thank you very much, sir, for your kindness. And to other well-meaning Igbo politicians, governors, and elites who are concerned. I want to tell you something. A lot of these elites are concerned about this illegal incarceration of my husband. And they are taking several steps to secure the actualization of sitting at a table. But some of them prefer their names unmentioned. Persons like Chief Dr. Olasey, in his own quiet way. Thank you, sir, and more grease to your elbow. We have our brothers, Mazi Ben and Mazi Evans in US. That's Mazi Ben and Mazi Evans Wanko in the US, holding conferences and pushing to the important ears to hear the atrocities the Nigerian government is causing our people, incessant killings of Biafrans and illegal incarceration of our leader and other Biafrans in several unknown prisons. So this is how you show that you care about your people. This is how you show that in the little way that you can, you push. You push for our voice to be heard. You push for the world to see how we are being treated in our own land. But when you're busy creating confusion, running from one post to pillar, showing imbecilic behavior, then any person needs to be brought and the pertinent question must be asked. No matter what the gain is, what the goal is, because there must be a goal. Now, those are the two points that I mentioned myself and my husband talked about. Another thing we talked about is the movement. And I hope I made myself very clear on the legal team issue. So there is actually no problems there. There shouldn't be any either. Things change. Things metamorphose into other things, and then improvements are made. Life is about continuous improvement. So back to the movement. Onyendu and I spoke about the movement to a reasonable extent. In fact, Onyendu started these conversations just like I said. We talked about how the DOS has held the front of the movement over these years, citing manipulations of the Nigerian government. He mentioned his anger on how people had the audacity to meddle in the affairs of ESN. Now, if you recall vividly, the very first time I came on the radio in 2022, even before then, I spoke on an event organized by some women in the US via Zoom. You will recall that I have consistently talked about unity. I have consistently talked about staying under the umbrella, because that is the only how you can stand as one. That is the only way you can stand as one. have consistently talked about unity. So Onyendu was just talking about unity, standing, being unified as one under the structure that he's built. Why meddle in the ESN? And what else? And then he talked about we talked about how had Nigerian government not used this imbecile, what is it called? In fact, unity of purpose. Onyendu was very upset. So you can see that I work in tandem with my husband. So all the things that I have been shouting about since the past 2-3 years is staying as one. And when you say staying as one, stay as one, unity. What does unity mean? It means you staying under the DOS ordinance. It is abiding by the ordinance of IPOB, which stems from the DOS. That is number one. Number two, has been for people to stop meddling in the affairs of ESN. It is sad that ESN was kept in a certain way, and as soon as Onyendu was taken, they kicked in, attacking these pillars of IPOB. DOS is a pillar of IPOB, and ESN has become a pillar also of IPOB. And what other pillar does IPOB have? Media. So these three triangular points of IPOB was being attacked. Why? Because when you destroy these 3 points, there will be no IPOB anymore. IPOB will be gone. Then all the people who lost their lives would have been in vain. When you go to sleep, when you wake up, thank Chukwuokike Abiama for the DOS and thank him for the ESN. Because you don't know, like they say in the spiritual realm, you sleep and you wake up and you walk. If your eyes are open to the spirit world and you see what happens, you probably will pass out, you faint. When you know how much this DOS has put in, you know how much cases that they have been, you will say a thank you prayer every morning to God for keeping this DOS. So I told Onyendu how they have stood and fought and held the front. And like I said, he's giving me the message for them. So today, Nigerian government has seen that they have seen the failure of their stooge, the stooge descent, which Onyendu also agreed that had they not sent this person considered to have barely escaped, Trisomy 21. Do you know what Trisomy 21 is? Trisomy 21. Trisomy 21. This person barely escaped it. So you may wonder, had they not used this person, it could have been someone else. But they have gotten the IPOB treatment. And they have been put in their place. So now I am under the directive. So before the people who jump, I think I've gone 1 hour now, so I will rush this. I am under the directives of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to speak as a mother. And of course, I am a mother. And I have specific rules and limits which I use to promote effective discipline. And like I mentioned earlier, if you don't introduce yourself, if you don't tell people who you are, they will not know. Some will encroach into your territory, some will cross their boundaries, and some just would misbehave. So when a mother chastises and advises her children, she sets specific rules and she sets limits to promote effective discipline. I don't like it when someone is not disciplined. I'm very, very, very finicky. You have to speak in a certain way. You have to behave in a certain way. That is why I don't have friends. I don't keep friends, because one misstep, I will tell you to just get out of my sight, and I don't want to see you again, and that's it. So there is this book that I read. It's about it aligns with my values. It aligns with my life. So I kept that in my head. It's about, I think that will be found in my book as well. It's about the art of strategy. And it talked about where I stand. So as a mother, I stand under specific rules and limits because I want to promote effective discipline. And how do I do that? I do not compromise when it comes to something that is right. I stand by it. My father-in-law, I'm just like my father-in-law. He tells you the truth. He likes the truth. He does not mess about. He does not beat about it. And that is it. He's a man of peace, or he was a man of peace. I am a woman of peace, but it does not mean that I cannot war you. I have war in me. I have war. But being married to Nnamdi Kanu, not even being married to Nnamdi Kanu, since 2015, when he was first arrested, and I was pregnant with Nnamdi, it was when I became reformed. I started to train myself to become a certain person. So that is why my father-in-law was asking me why I cry in the heart, because I am not known to cry in the heart. I am known to bring war. I bring war. I will war. You could be 20 and I will war you. That is me. But being in this movement that Nnamdi Kanu, my husband, leads, I see our people who truly love this man, who truly love the idea of self-determination. I began to review things. I began to review circumstances. I began to train myself on reactions, especially in the public. So for where I stand, I do not compromise when it comes to what is right. When it comes to what is the truth, even if I stand alone, go and ask of me. Even I will be the only one standing, and I don't care if you're 1,000 of you standing on the other side. I will war you. I will rebel. And I don't rebel in public, jump around like headless chicken, like, jumping around and making noise. No. It's not me, come to me. When the Catholic Church demanded that Martin Luther repudiate his attack on the authority of popes and councils, if you catch up on what Martin Luther was on about then, Martin Luther refused to recant. He refused. He said, I will not recant anything, for to go against my conscience is neither right nor safe, nor would I compromise. Here I stand. I cannot do otherwise. Of course, his intransigence was based on the divinity of his positions when defining what was right. There was no room for compromise. This firmness had profound long-term consequences, of course. So I, Uchechi, will never, ever compromise when it comes to the truth. I don't care if you're my father, if you're my mother, if you're whoever you are, I will stand on the truth. Because I'm of the spirit. Because in the Moga. So as a mother, I will reinforce desirable behavior. So I praise positive behavior. If you're doing well, I will praise you. And if I catch my children being good, I'll praise them. Oh, you're doing very well. Jisike. And I avoid threatening without exacting consequences. I just can't be going around threatening like a mad dog. Why would I be threatening a human being that God has created in his own image, a human being who sleeps like me at night and wakes up like me at night and sits and eats like me? I do not have the right. So for any time I release a threat or I want to do something, I will exact that consequence because the person must have pushed me to the limit. So as a mother, I consistently apply rules. Now, these things I'm saying, this is how I train Nnamdi. You need to see Nnamdi. He does not speak. If you tell somebody shut up, Nnamdi wants to know, why are you using such words? Why are you being rude? In fact, he has a quote. He said, the sensible thing is better than the mean thing. That is his quote. So rather than you being mean, being silly and all, what is the right thing? Ask yourself and do it. So as a mother, I consistently apply rules and I have standards set. And these standards are unreasonable stone as it requires only common sense and morality. As a mother, I have borne so much. I have carried so much burden, knowing we have lost a lot of lives. I have contained so much rage to make sure I do not let down those who look up to me. As a mother, my life has been of sacrifice for nearly 2 decades. 2 decades is 20 years, yeah? For nearly 2 decades, yet I have stayed my tongue and have held my peace as it is of the waters. So when you thwart the rules set, put a nuisance, and then run around like headless chicken, you rest assured that a mother one day will use one naughty child, just one, as an example. That being said, I am not here today for imbeciles. In fact, talking about imbeciles, I went home, whilst I was home, and one of my cousins was saying Imbe. And I said, what's Imbe? And she said, Imbe is, I think it's Down syndrome. I think these people that do Imbe or something. I said, so is that like imbeciles? She said, yes. So you notice back home that our people equate imbecility or liking it to Down syndrome. And they call it Imbe. No, that's not it. So I need to correct that notion. So when I call someone an imbecile, in my understanding, it means that this certain group of rascals that I call imbecile, it means that they are extremely stupid. It means that they are weak and feeble-minded with a specific low IQ. And bear in mind that this set of people are usually very wicked. And that's by the way. I am here to update those who genuinely joined IPOB for the freedom of our people and genuinely love Nnamdi Kanu. That brings me to the 30th of May anniversary. We annually celebrate this day, the 30th of May, as our Heroes and Heroines Day. We observe this day to reverence the spirit of those who gave their lives that we may live. Those who fought for who we are today, for us not to be exterminated and obliterated from the surface of the earth. We are not known to spill the blood of human. We revere human life. Biafrans revere human life. We safeguard human life. And we are the closest that understand Nsala. Now you kidnap and kill your own with impunity. How dare you? These spirits have risen and are pushing. They are pushing to pass through the right vessels that will be the catalyst for them to become flesh. What do I mean? For them to come into manifestation. Yesterday evening. That's what I mean by yesterday. I was on the phone to my mom's sister. She's an IPOB member. And we touched on the issue of ala ikumundojo and ala itundojo also. You know, in the olden days, Allah will chase you. And she did mention that it's because of the churches. And I said to her, it's not just because of the churches. It's not just churches. Churches could also be there while Allah will do his job. The problem is the acceptance of letting go of our ancestral path. It is the God you call that will answer you. I keep saying I am exemplastic, I am eclecticist. I draw knowledge, I draw source of energy from anywhere. I can pull it from anywhere. All I need to attain is the spiritual realm and I'll be there. So Chiawale will answer you. So we have deviated from calling our own chi. That is why alada onye gbuo nwanne alada atụzi ọsọ ya na-aga nga na-aga ije na-apampa. While the spirit roam. If ndị okenye will hearken to the voice of our ancestors, dote onwe ha nsọ, and call upon the spirit of Ajala, using the right materials, you will see how evil will be purged from our land. For every evil person that has ever shed an innocent blood. So we need to revive that. And it's in our hands. They need to invoke the spirits. And this is the only time we can argue. You know why? Invoke the spirits so they can spilling of innocent blood. So we have our solution. We just need to enact it. On the 30th of May 2024, all Biafrans within the Biafran territory are beseeched to please sit at home, please. Those in the diaspora, gather at your central point of operation and celebrate the memory of our heroes and our heroines. Send your love to those back home. Ihe shirike. Ihe shirike. You know, I'm an empath. So I can feel a lot of people's energies from where I am. So let's try and send our love to people back home, no matter how little. There's always someone it will be enough for. As we continue to go in the coming months, if there's anything I need to let the Biafrans know, I will do that. I will also continue to tweet and post via Chioma on my path, which is my empath path, if that makes sense. I will once in a while teach, coach people. I and talk about surviving as an art, living life as an art. Having said that, I thank you all for listening. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your courageousness. I thank you for your strength. I thank you because without all of you, without those listening, those that write, those that make videos, pushing this good news, because this movement is good news. It is filled with tribulations because no good thing comes easy. But when we will achieve our goal, it will become good news. So it's a good movement and it's a noble one at that. So thank you everyone for your care, for your prayers, for the love you have for Nnamdi Kanu. I can't say for me because whatever you have for Nnamdi Kanu, it transcends to everything that you do. It shows in your actions. So God bless you all. Continue to fight, for in the end, we will have Biafra, which is our hope. This is Radio Biafra. This is where we worship. From me, from here, it is good evening. Thank you.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra also service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Johnathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 31st day of August 2024. Tata Bobo Chiorie. Therefore, you all know why we are here today. We are a few minutes late. Please, I apologize because of issues that are beyond our control. But without taking any much more time, I will hand over the platform, the microphone, to our General Officer Commanding, Mazi Johnathan, to take over. Please, Mazi, welcome to the program and over to you.
Mazi Chinedu, Ndewo Nwa Chineke. I hope I'm coming out very clear.
You are coming out crystal clear.
Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Johnathan. Mazi Johnathan. Serve the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State. I come from Obingwa. Obingwa is in Aba province. This evening I have come to continue to spread the gospel for the restoration of Biafra. I have come to clarify and clear some doubts and analyze certain issues that our people tends to be confusing, our people. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world. And I will use this opportunity to thank every IPOB member, all the IPOB coordinators, principal officers serving in different capacities around the world.
Location and personnel in all private hospitals in Nigeria. And this data they are actually collecting that's totally unconstitutional. You cannot collect private data for any purpose, first without seeking the consent of the organizations involved, personal consent of the people involved, and explaining to them what this data is for. One, a foreign agent cannot collect data in Nigeria. So the Global Fund funded.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Sorry for the perturbation. There is just lesser perturbation, but we must continue. Therefore, as I said before, I still hand over the mic to our GOC, Mazi Johnathan. Mazi Johnathan, please, the platform is yours. You can go on. The green light is there.
Yeah, Mazi, I hope we are back now on air.
Back. Of course, you're back. There we go.
Okay. Thank you, Mazi. Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom. We believe this is just an attack. Radio. Every one of you supposed to know that the last time I came for a program on BTV, my last broadcast was on BTV. After the broadcast, Facebook pulled down the whole of the broadcast. And we tried to find out. They said that the BTV was broadcasting, that a dangerous individual was broadcasting through their channel. And that really baffles me because I came on BTV, broadcasted to our people, and Facebook pulled down the BTV program, claiming that BTV hosted a dangerous individual of an organization. And we appealed, asking them to prove how Mazi Johnathan Chinedu becomes a dangerous person, that BTV, instead for them to appeal, what they did was they returned, instead of them to give reasons, what basis why they said I am a dangerous person from a dangerous organization broadcasting on BTV, instead for them to respond, what they did was to release the page back for Facebook, on Facebook. So these are the challenges we are having. Facebook is always attacking these our platforms anytime the leadership of IPOB is on air. But notwithstanding, they have not stopped us years back, they won't stop us today, and they cannot stop us tomorrow. So let me get back to the main topics I would like to discuss on Radio Biafra today. I would like to make it very, very clear. I will discuss about the sit-at-home that some criminals and Nigerian government are now using to threaten our people. Under the coverage of the sit-at-home, they are using to commit crimes, kidnapping, organ trafficking, because they are looking for a free day for them to be able to start committing their crimes. And at the end of it, they will put the blame on IPOB. Another point I'm going to talk about is the betrayal of IPOB, how IPOB leadership was betrayed by people that this leadership have protected, people that this leadership organized, people that this leadership brought on board, and people that this leadership have, given everything they have. But what the leadership of IPOB got is betrayal upon betrayal. But notwithstanding the betrayals, IPOB leadership is still standing, and we are standing with our shoulders very high, making sure that we do the things we need to do in order to restore Biafra. Another point I'm going to discuss on Radio Biafra tonight is also the forces that are determined to keep the sovereignty of Nigeria together. There are forces that have determined that Nigeria must remain as one. These are the forces. Every Biafran must focus on these particular forces. We must, all our fight, all our agitations, we cannot agitate for the restoration of Biafra without putting all these forces, both external and internal forces. We have to put them into consideration and make sure that we dismantle these forces. Because without dismantling these forces, it is very difficult for us to restore Biafra. Another point I'm going to discuss this night also is the Commonwealth British Army recruitment, that they opened the doors as in the Commonwealth countries, and suddenly some of our Igbo brothers who are gullible, that doesn't know their history, started campaigning for the recruitment of Biafrans into the British Commonwealth Army. I'm going to talk about it also this evening. Also this evening, I'm going to talk about the kidnapping crimes that are happening in Biafra land, in Imo State, in Enugu, and the Anambra South. Even in the Anambra North also, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about places where the new tactics these criminals are using. They are using farmlands, farm settlements. They are using uncompleted buildings, committing atrocities in our place. And those issues will be taken care this evening. Another point I'm going to talk about that concerns our people, the life of our people, is the maltreatment of hospitals in Biafra land, their extortion, their ill treatment of how they treat sick Biafrans when the exploitation going in the medical field. And that is why we are having numerous deaths at any simple thing. People can die in the hospital and they will hold your dead body, asking your family to pay from their nose before they take your corpse. This is something we are not going to accept in Biafra land, and this evening we are going to also look into it. Another very important topic this evening will be roadblocks by Nigerian police and security officers in Biafra land. We are going to tackle it, and decisions will be made over these roadblocks. We will tell Nigerian government and their agents, whoever is standing on the way in Biafra land, any moment from now, risk himself. Whether you are working, Nigerian government sent for you, because the extortion and the killing and the disappearance of Biafrans on the numerous checkpoints in Biafra land will no more be accepted. Another person I'm going to talk about, a little issue about him this evening, will also be the new political harlot in Biafra land by name Benjamin Carlo. What he have made himself, well known that he is the new Ojos of Carlo, the new saboteur. He has been recruited. That because he is called the number 6, he is now ready to sell Biafra land. But we are going to cure his madness in Biafra land. We have seen people like him, and this evening, I swear to Chukwokika Biama, we shall read the fatwa. Since he's serving the Northerners, he should ask the Northerners what fatwa is against him in Biafra land, that anywhere he dare open his mouth to talk with authority, a former 419 who had his office in South Africa, even currently, suddenly came into power, sick number 6, and he thinks he can come out to dare to talk for Biafran people because he goes and gives some people some money, and he feel now he has arrived. We IPOB from this evening, we take his case very serious, and anywhere we see him in Biafra land, he have a score to settle with IPOB from this evening. And finally, at the end of this program, there are some decisions that will be made on setting command of ESN on Radio Biafra this evening. These are some of the points, very serious points we are going to handle this evening. But before I go to this point, Mazi Chinedu, I will give back the microphone to you. So if you have any question to ask me before I start handling these topics, that would be great. Thank you, Mazi.
Mazi, I don't think I have any question for now because you have stipulated the points. You have to continue from time to time. If I may, I might interrupt and ask any question, if I may. Mazi, please continue. The platform is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, I want to use this opportunity this evening to inform every Biafran. We have heard certain calls, some press release coming from the Nigerian police in Imo State claiming that IPOB are threatening Imo State workers over sit-at-home order. I hope, Biafrans, every one of you are freely going for your businesses. You are freely doing things irrespective of their fake and misinformation in order to create chaos in Biafra land. I want to make this thing very, very clear for people to understand something about the sit-at-home. This sit-at-home, the first sit-at-home IPOB ordered when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned was on 8th August 2021. That was when we gave the order with reasons We gave, and that was not the first time we are doing sit at home. We gave the reason why we are locking down Biafra land because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned from Kenya to Nigeria. During that time, the IPOB leadership was accused of many accusations of how we sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every one of you know about that. If we are not sincere, if Chukwu Kikadiama is not with us, few people can survive the attack the leadership of IPOB went through. Few, if there are people. Few people. The level of blackmail from IPOB family members who were misinformed, the level of blackmail coming from people they call IPOB members also in America, the level of blackmail that came from the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For them, they are not blackmailing the IPOB leadership because they don't know the truth. They knew everything. They knew what happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But their reason for blackmailing IPOB leadership was because they wanted to take over the leadership of IPOB. Many people should know this. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not blackmail IPOB leadership because they don't know the truth. They knew everything. They knew Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Kenya. They knew Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. They were negotiating with the people that kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya in secret. Suddenly, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was brought down to Nigeria. The brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knew. The secretary of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knew. Uchenno Kafo, she knew Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in Kenya. They were negotiating with people, trying to pay money or trying to thinking they pay money, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would be released. I don't know why they took up that decision. And when I confronted the secretary of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, she told me that the brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu threatened her that if she dare opens mouth and tell any member of the IPOB leadership that they will kill her. That's why she did not inform anybody. Reasons that it is only the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu trusted. That is the only people he trusted. That is the only people he has to inform and who knew what happened to him. Now, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, also there are hits. People, they were talking about that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu may not survive in the DSS custody because of the torture and what he went through in Kenya. The IPOB leadership came up with this action and said, we are going to lock down. And I made it very clear on the day I made that pronouncement that this is subject to review. The purpose of locking down is to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was brought out to the court. Because on 25th July, where he's supposed to be reassigned in the court, he was not brought to court. There are information that he was sick. There were information that the lawyers were denied access of meeting him. There were too many informations, and the leadership of IPOB went straight and put up this sit-at-home order to happen every Monday. This is a decision we do not regret for making that decision because we are fighting an oppressor. We are fighting Nigerian government who is oppressing and killing our people. On the process why we are doing this, the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up and asked us, why should we put sit at home? I vividly remembered very clearly when the younger brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the one living in Germany, I was in that meeting. Chukwu Dofoma was in that meeting. Emma Powerful was in that meeting. Benjamin Madugu, who was in that meeting, Mazi Chinedu was in that meeting. He told us clearly, why should we put sit at home that Hope Uzodimma and some Ohanese leaders have concluded plans to remove Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by the end of that August. That they were just making plans on how to go to Abuja and release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That was his condition. And secondly, there is NECO exam. And we have an altercation with him. We told him this is nonsense. How do you think that Nigerian government will go to kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? And just in a few months, it is Hope Uzodimma who is going to. Before we understood what happened, he sent message to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through Aloy Etimako. They started to counter the sit-at-home order that IPOB have already dished out. And everybody can agree with me that the first sit-at-home was very peaceful. IPOB knows we locked down Biafra land, and every Biafran accepted that. Every Biafran gave a support that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released. The younger brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on Sunday, which is 7th, to be on 8th. That was on 8th. They start to threaten. It now came as a threat that if we don't call off the sit at home, that they are going to call it off. That they are the one who will call it. They are the one to decide. That's why every time I ask, is this a family business? Is this a family struggle? Because the earlier we are made known that this is a family struggle, the better for every one of us. The earlier. We might be foolish or loyal for a decade, but from this moment, it's better we know from them that either this is their business or this is Biafran struggle for the people of Biafra. Because what the IPOB leadership have endured and tolerated from the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can never tolerate that from anybody. And enough is enough from them. Enough is enough. That is how the blackmail started. Mazi Chinedu was ordered to go and call off this sit at home. Mazi Chinedu were asked to say, in order to respect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because some of you, had it been Mazi Chinedu refused to obey that particular order, some of you by today will use it as a yardstick to measure his loyalty. Out of pain, because nobody, we knew that sit at home, we cannot call it off. Because the moment I make that pronouncement, we know the land of Biafra risen. The dead people, all our people, the spirit and the living, they accepted that sit at home. The confusion set in the moment Mazi Chinedu make that announcement about sit at home. I'm making these things very clear. I hope the DSS, the new DSS director is listening. The new NIA is listening, because they may think they may use sit at home order, be telling the international community every Monday sit at home. They are using it to commit crime because they have grabbed on that particular order. And we were shouting, screaming that the DSS is listening everything that was being discussed in they capitalize on it. They start working on that strategy. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went in the back. After Chinedu have called off the sit at home, they went through the back door, organized people, and they start encouraging the criminal in Finland that he should continue shouting the sit at home, because they want to betray the IPOB leadership, because they want to sabotage the IPOB leadership. The sit at home you saw, they were shouting, they were gathering people gathering and pushing for sit at home, the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was behind it. They are behind because their purpose, like I told you people, is to destroy the IPOB leadership. They want to show the people that nobody is listening to IPOB leadership. But they don't know we are not the one that brought ourselves, because the purpose is to hijack the leadership of IPOB. The purpose is to hijack everything, because for them, the Biafra struggle is their family. It is their inheritance. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in detention. That is where the confusion for sit at home started.
Mazi, can I come in here just before you continue? Can I ask you something there?
Come in, Mazi. Come in here, Mazi.
You talked about, although this is something that you have been talking, but this is in another dimension. Any day it is being brought up, it becomes so fresh. You said something about trust. That the threat that they said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the people he trusts, is the only people he trusted. I mean, his family members, his brothers.
Family members.
Mazi, I want you to expand, because this question might be in the minds of many people listening. Why should Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not trust even the cabinet that he also set up in this global movement? What do you think is the problem? Please, I want you to hint there.
Mazi, I cannot, they said a man's mind. You cannot read a man's mind through the construction of his face. I cannot say, but what I'm telling you is authentic. Even there is a record for it. I'm telling you, when I spoke to the secretary, he didn't trust, she told me, and it is on tape. It's on tape that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told him that he do not trust anybody apart from his siblings. It's on tape. I know what I'm saying. I don't come here to say something. And this puts a lot of question mark when the siblings were juggling to destroy the IPOB leadership. Mazi, anybody that knows me, knows members of the DOS, we believe in building institutions. We don't believe. Do you know that today, nobody, an individual do not fight an institution. Even Messiah came. When Messiah came as an individual, he was killed. If you are fighting for a nation, ideology and institution are the two key things. That while you are championing it, you make sure they are consistent. From the beginning, the siblings wanted the DOS destroyed. That was the original plan. It is the plan from the Nigerian government, from the politicians. When the moment they hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they march attack. Mazi, most of you have forgotten. So this sit at home, we were battling it. After we went on air, called off the sit at home, then the siblings connive with people and start saying, giving order. I know what I'm saying. Giving order, when the leadership gave order, they gave their own order that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said they should continue the sit at home. Mazi, that is what happens in Imo State. In many places, things have gone wrong. It is the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu who have pushed through this guy, criminal, in Finland. And the whole thing, when we were shouting that these things you people are doing, you are going to use it to commit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because there is an ulterior motive. Now you found out the government, the military are even declaring sit at home by themselves because it becomes a day they launch attacks in communities. They see it so that they will be able, when they declare the sit at home, they use it to enter into communities in the name that IPOB declared a sit at home. And the question is this: all these years, those declaring the sit at home, have anybody sitting at home? No. Only they go attack people, kidnap. A sit at home day become a day of kidnapping, organ harvesting. They are now using it. The military use it to invade people's home, people's property. Some of the people they recruited, they're using it to invade people's home in their community. Because what they did, they recruited people in the community who works with the military, the Bubago or Imo vigilante. Some of these vigilantes, they are criminals. They were working with those criminals. What they did is they now ran and joined the military or the vigilante. So they have a target. Maybe one of their brother is in Lagos. What they do is they will call you if you don't bring money. They go and loot your home. On the process of killing them, most of them are running. Eperima now starts importing people from Ebonyi State into Imo State. I came on radio on 14th of December 2021 after the Anambra election. We monitored what happened in Anambra election, monitored the number of thugs, criminals they brought into Anambra. We told them criminal gangs have taken over Anambra and part of Oso because they used that election to bring in these criminals. A lot of criminality were going on. Many people lost their lives. Many people were killed, kidnapping, were running. It became a multi-billion business. Everybody, at one point, a luxurious, a coaster bus was carrying youth from Ebonyi State. Easy Youth Association, a coaster bus. We first sighted them, our mail first sighted them in Ibuku, in Anambra. This is when government bus, I'm not talking about private, government bus, they were protected from Ebonyi State till they start coming in. And these boys they are bringing from Ebonyi State, when they go to somebody's house to loot, bro, they will pull the wires in your house, they will cut doors, they will take zinc, they will, everything in your house. They don't only steal from your house, they will steal first the furniture, then they come back, pull the conduit wiring. This is what sit-at-home criminalities took over. I came on Radio Biafra. I mentioned names of these criminals, which many of them today, they are dead. They have killed them, but they continue. Ebonyi State become a recruitment ground. They continue to import. Dave Omahi systematically do not want. He tell them go because they know what they are doing. He tell his people to move in. He didn't want problem in Ebonyi State. So instead the people to disturb him, he encouraged them to move. Dave Omahi knows. They were recruiting them, bringing them to Imo State. Do you know how many people have been killed in Imo State? And upon all the people that have been killed, we have IPOB intelligence. We have pits. We have pits. Pictures of pits. Where these people massacred our own people, committed atrocities against our own people. They kill you. They throw your body in the pit, inside the chemical. And also, they have nearly up to 7 pits. They continue to kidnap after taking money from people. They turned their guns, which this is not IPOB. IPOB don't do this. They knew, the government knew, the people they recruited knew, but you never see them one day mention the name of these criminals. But instead, last time, because Uzodimma have tried by any means against the IPOB leadership, he boasted that before he left office, he will make sure he bring Tina Sanworu down, bring in Chike Doziem down, and bring Austin Abanye down. He boasted about it. He said the way he catch Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he will get Tina Sanworu. And he has tried. They have come in different forms. And he knew. They came, paraded somebody that called my name. People we are saving to come out from criminality. He went to take amnesty from them. They paraded him. If I continue to talk about on this sit-at-home saga, And till tomorrow, upon all the press release IPOB is releasing on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, they continually mention everything. They mention IPOB, they mention ESN, they continue to mention. Why? Because they want to touch the conscience of the people, of our people, to see IPOB as an evil organization, to see IPOB in a bad image. Because if you go to some communities in Olo today, they don't want to hear about IPOB because people, their youth from their community, brought in foreigners into their community in the name that they are fighting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And at the end of the day, their people are being killed. Mazi, if it's at this particular period, we start to hear people talking about Ojobo. They change. People don't understand. These people call themselves Umuoma. Where is this Umuoma? Only within that Olo axis. That is where they operate. They call themselves Umuoma. Which kind of Umuoma? They all continue to. Most of them, that because of this sit at home, let me tell them something that is happening. Some of the criminals will take their brothers, make POS for them. You see POS in Olo. If they are 100 POS people within Olo or so area, if you look at them, 70% of them have link with these people that are committing crimes. Because when they kidnap people, they call them, they bring their POS, and when many of them go out, the police don't do anything. The police don't make cases. The police don't do. You cannot tell me that somebody money was taken from his card forcefully. You know the account the money was paid in. The bank cannot even stop the account. They can't even query the account owner that somebody reported about this. No. I believe the bank managers might be accomplices into all this crime. I believe that some of the bank managers are accomplices into this crime. All because of sit at home. Hope Uzodinma, are they not in communication with this criminal? Can he say he's not in communication with them? Can Hope Uzodinma say that he is not in communication with them? He is in communication. If he feels that Olo is so hot, he will tell them to leave Olo, move to Okigwe. He'll give them money to leave. When that side looks like it became hot, they move. We know all that is happening. We know all the connections they are doing. And some greedy people, some criminal-minded people, as this crime is happening, they will go and talk. You want, it is ESN, if you give us money, we will tell them to stop. Mazi, that is what our people, criminal-minded people, who have nothing to do with IPOB, they go to people, they say, they give us money, we want to settle IPOB, they stop disturbing. Which IPOB? Which IPOB? Who is coming for that? Who is asking you that? IPOB, we are fighting for the freedom of the Biafran people. We know the red line. We know the lines we cannot cross. IPOB knows that the moment we forget, the moment we turn our guns to our own people, that is terrorism. IPOB and ESN, with the way Nigeria is killing us, adopting our people, we have right to defend ourselves. We have right to attack them when they adopt us. We have right to dismantle their checkpoints. We have right to pursue them because they are the oppressors. But we can't turn the gun towards our own people. We can't kidnap our own people. We can't sell the organ of our own people. This is terrorism. You are terrorizing your own people. You are turning your gun. You can't kidnap somebody. You tell him, what are you doing for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out? Is it the person you are talking to? Do you know whether is he working for? Is it the one who is holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? an innocent man. You see one of your brother with an ID card. You claim that you do the what they call it, that you make consultation to the gods. He told you he's working for Nigerian government. You will take his car, kill him, take every money in his account. Those are the things the Nigerian police, the security also doing on the checkpoint. The same thing. Same line of criminality, all to extort, kill our people. That is only what they do in Biafra land. That is what the sit at home is all about. That is why every day can the Nigerian government, the Imo State Commissioner of Police, can he say he's not interrogating most of those people? Can he say they will gather list? For example, there is a list they release in Awi Demini mentioning names of people they say they are IPOB members. They come in to take amnesty. None of them. In IPOB, in 5 minutes, even less than 5 minutes, IPOB can confirm if someone is an IPOB member or not. Thanks for social media, thanks for telephone, WhatsApp, that immediately we have forums. If they say this person is an IPOB member, immediately we put it to that particular state coordinator. They will run, and every coordinator is there from unit, senatorial. They can identify, yes, this is an IPOB member, or they will tell you, we have never heard about this name before. They will tell you, we have never heard about this name before. Yes, we agree that some people, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu were rendition, some people out of lies and deceit, and those who already having a criminal tendency in them, joined the criminal groups. And they were expelled in IPOB. They were totally expelled. And I cannot see the reason why, just like in Nigerian police, just like some of the military men that they recruited and they deserted from the military or deserted from the force. And then the military have already dismissed that person, expelled the person. He is no more one of them, but decided to go to commit crime, decided to go to carry gun and be on the highway. Now, will the military accept that when that person is caught, that this person is a military officer? They will say this is not a military officer. He has been expelled. The same thing in IPOB. They have seen how many people we have expelled on this Radio Biafra platform. But they consistently, every day, IPOB this, IPOB that. If they don't mention IPOB, their newspaper, somehow also they are keeping IPOB afloat. They are keeping, whether positive or negative, IPOB. They make IPOB more popular. We are always ready to defend this mission. We are always ready. This project is not about one person. This project is not about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This project is not about Tina Saworu or Mazi Chikeduze or the DOS. It is the project for the Biafran people, the restoration of Biafra. If we can restore Biafra, Biafra will remain as a nation. We know how many prosperous nations their citizens are benefiting. That is what we are looking at. We are not looking at Biafra that when the leader dies or when something happens to the leader, the nation collapses. That is not nation building. That is not the Biafra we are looking for. Irrespective of anything, we will fight to make sure Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released. But at the same time, we cannot be hanged in one place, running around like a chicken until the Biafra movement is destroyed. This is what will not happen in this struggle. We have learned a lot of lessons. We have seen a lot of mistakes. And it is the leadership, this particular leadership, to correct them and move this struggle forward. And I promise Biafrans this evening that any mistake that has been done or things that we didn't get it right, as long as we live, as long as there is life, this leadership will put them right. But I want to use this opportunity for people to understand the international community that anybody coming to them, telling them this thing, there is nothing like sit-at-home order in Biafra land. People are going about their businesses, people are doing things, and the whole Commissioner of Police of Imo State was able to come on news lines, talking about misinforming the public that IPOB is threatening the workers of Imo State. Why should IPOB threaten their own people? Why should a commissioner of police bring himself so low in spreading false information? They know IPOB. They know IPOB. It is the IPOB DOS is in charge of this movement. And the DOS is led by Mazi Johnathan. There is nothing anybody can do about it. There is nothing. For now, Johnathan is the leader of the DOS. And for now, he is in charge of the struggle. Why Mazi Nnamdi is still in detention? Until Mazi, if you care to respect him, you respect him. You don't care. We don't give a shit who you are. But one thing I promise everybody, you are fighting a lost battle. Because this is a divine mission. People who have fought this leadership, who have countered every order, this leadership have set out there for the betterment of our people. Even to the point, in order to counter the leadership of this movement, everybody knows the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi went and opened their own private radio to attack the leadership of this movement. But did anybody see us to react? We don't react. We didn't react. They went ahead, opened their own radio, used the radio to blackmail, to attack, trying to discredit people who have stood strong in defense of their own senior brother. But one thing I have to tell people, most of us didn't join this struggle. We brought our money, our time, our life to liberate our people. We know that liberation of our people is one of the most difficult missions anyone in life can undertake. But we are not here by mistake. We didn't call ourselves. There is a reason why we are here. And for that, if anybody, these remaining days, ESN operatives, those the ones on the land, both the ones you are authorized to hunt anybody coming out to attack our people, claiming it is ESN. You are authorized. The way we have handled it in Aba, it must be replicated in Anambra. Those that came out of recent in Aba, claiming, I think all of them are on the run. Both the ones they recruited from Ghana to come and recruit people for them in Aba. We know every one of you. And we shall hunt you down in Aba. Nobody can stop. You are doing your Yahoo. It is no more paying you. Now you are being recruited in Ghana, ask you to go to Aba, to go and recruit people to enforce it at home. Even the one you came with him from Ghana, I think he has dropped dead. All of you that they brought in trying to cause chaos in Biafra land, none of you will ever survive it. You are imposing sit at home, and the foolish people and the foolish criminals that they are deceiving when they give them 100,000, 200,000, all of them are marching to Imo State. You go there to die. Because it is what the Nigerian government have fashioned. They gave them money. They asked them, push everybody, because Nigerian government is not ready to cover. They do not have the officers to cover the whole Biafra land for everything. So they stationed everything in Imo State. When they pay money, they ask them, everybody start coming to Imo State. We will defend Imo State. Imo State. Imo State. Everybody start coming. Death trap. Couple of days back, I think that was on Thursday, Chocho and his group from Enugu were given. They were killed in Imo State. They were sent to go and support the other criminal, whether Ajimpi or what. They were sent from Enugu to go to support him. They were all massacred in Enugu, in Imo State. This is how foolish, and people know they are paying you money to go, send you to your early grave. And tomorrow, you said you are fighting for Biafra. Biafrans should be very, very careful. Ebonyi State indigenes should talk to their brothers, their relatives. They are sending you, they put small money for you, you found yourself running to Imo State. They tell you bush, they pay. They are killing them. How many people that left? Anybody coming back? And for that, that's why we are working seriously to restore Radio Biafra back in Ebonyi State. Radio Biafra will be back in Ebonyi State as soon as we can, because we need to educate our people in Ebonyi State to understand the rubbish most of them are into. Whoever is sponsoring them, telling them go to Imo State, go there, bush is paying. Know that your debt, you are just going to meet your untimely death. For this sit-at-home issue, it has brought a lot of controversy in many places. And the Imo State, although in particular, most of the youths there are also not helping their society. Because many of them decided to invite criminals in their own communities. They decided to invite criminals. Not only in Olo, they are in Anambra South, especially in Ihiala, Nnewi South local government. They are also in Okibe, in Idato, including Arundizok. This is the area these people are operating. Are you telling me the government do not know? Most of them are communicating with the government officials. Most of them are in contact with top politicians because some of them are preparing them for one political assignment or the other. Because in Imo State now they believe it is he who have the guns, have the power. Because of this sit at home, that is why I say the IPOB leadership were betrayed. Betrayed to the point that sometimes, and if I tell you people that today, let me make it very clear, that we have been told and they said we are the cause this sit at home is happening because when the criminals started it that we couldn't stop them. That is the blame now on the leadership of IPOB. That you people are the cause. That is what is happening. Everybody should know these things. On the process you are fighting, Chukwu Kabiama knows how we have fought hard to make sure that Biafra land is at peace. Chukwu Kabiama knows that when we put sit at home, it is for the betterment of this struggle. It is for the betterment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That his family, his siblings sabotaged it. They wanted to use it to punish IPOB leadership. They wanted to take it to hijack IPOB leadership. But at the end of the day, it has turned. Even the people they supported, for them to say, at the end of the day, the people have kicked them aside and continue to do what they came for. But IPOB leadership, we know that all that glitters are not gold. We know that the moment Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was rendition, the next step is to destroy IPOB. And that is why you see them. Every day they tell you they will lie for you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is coming out tomorrow because the moment they are delaying, procrastination is the thief of time. They are attacking. They are attacking IPOB. They are killing. They are going in the house. And we are saying no more. No more. No more. We have the right to revenge against Nigerian security authorities. They should know that. I have posted this thing on my timeline that terrorism and freedom fighters, terrorists and freedom fighters, they have a very similar, we can use violence against Nigerian government. Nobody can stop that because Nigerian government is killing our people. They are killing them, harvesting their organs. They are killing them. There is forceful disappearance. Our people are disappeared on a daily basis. And nobody can take this. And nobody can tell us we should not defend ourselves. And I'm making it clear this evening. They should know that freedom fighting involves violence. But the violence is you must know your red line. You must not turn your freedom fighting into terrorism. And that is what IPOB is doing. We maintain that particular line. If they need be to make sure every Nigerian institution that is being used to oppress our people, we have the need to dismantle them. It is not a crime. We are fighting for our right. Because all the Nigerian institutions in our territories are meant to subjugate, oppress, and enslave our people, exploit, and kill our people. That's why I say that IPOB leadership were betrayed by the people around inside the struggle, by the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and other people. I do not mention their names, but they know that they betrayed.
And Mazi, you don't even mention about the blocked fund of IPOB and how even the leadership is expected to run this struggle without fund.
Mazi, I'm coming to that particular point. So, this is how far the leadership of IPOB has gone, trying to curtail the sit-at-homes. She be blame game. But nobody. You know, people can be blackmailing people, but there are people you cannot blackmail. If you blackmail them, your problem starts. We came into this struggle with a plain heart. We don't know. We have not such thing in our mind. Many of us, some people were living abroad. They returned home. Some people came to do one thing or the other in Biafra land. They are trapped in Biafra land. People who have been deported from where they were having their life for many years because of the cause for IPOB. We cannot allow this movement to be criminalized by people who came into this struggle to make money through any criminal means, to the point that the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can boldly tell us, the struggle. They can boldly boast about it. The struggle. I know, I'm a now, but I'm not part of that here now. I know. One day, so Mazi, I will stop here so that I can pick up on the second topic, because I think I have addressed the issue of sit at home with how IPOB leadership were, you understanding me, were betrayed by those that are around us. Another topic I want to talk about is the forces that are holding Nigeria, that don't want disintegration of Nigeria. If you come to these forces that are holding Nigeria, I classify them into two parts. There is external and there is internal. And when I talk about that there is external and there is internal, I mean very, very clear that United States of America, Sorry, I'm coming. Mazi, hold on. When I'm talking about the forces that are holding Biafra, not to be restored, because these forces believe so much in keeping Nigeria as one. I said internal and external forces. It is because of their benefits, trade deals, oil exploration, and their international relations. Britain is one of them, which every one of us know. The United States of America is also one of them. China is also one of them. Also, African Union is one of them. Like I said here, because of the exploitation going on in Biafra land, because our oil and gas are being stolen on a daily basis with no record. Today, the geometric power in Abia State can no more give light because they have blocked the gas flowing to the station to generate electricity. A gas that you can find in Owaza, in Okwa East. A gas that is in Biafra land has been sold to foreign countries. So now, if we want geometrics today, we tell you have to import the gas from America because they have bought all the natural resources in your place. That is why I say the external forces. America is also part of them. Couple of days back, I wrote something on social media which was very, very clear because whatever we say, we know what we are saying and we are saying it. Many people do not know what happens on the Gulf of Guinea. Many of our people do not know. Sometimes our people are just on ground. You don't even make research. You don't know what is happening in your place. I made this post. If you look at the volume of trade deals, you look at the volume of trade deals, oil exploration, fishing on our international waters. They are stealing all those things. They are stealing them. They are stealing on a daily basis. I made it very clear that on a daily basis, over 1,500 shipping vessels, tankers, oil cargo ships, they are going through the Gulf of Guinea. Not only, just look at that region, 1,500 vessels. Going, what are they carrying? Natural resources from Africa. Remember that the Bight of Biafra recorded the highest number of slave shipments to South America and Europe. The Bight of Biafra.
Mazi, it was formerly called the Slave Coast. It was the name. Slave Coast.
That is it. It records 28% of slaves shipped from Africa. Only the Bight of Biafra. Today, the Gulf of Guinea is only the Gulf of Guinea taking 25% maritime traffic. And in this Gulf of Guinea, they have over 20 commercial seaports. 60% of African oil production can be found in this axis. China is there. UK is there. France is there. USA is there. Because these things are stolen. They don't want Nigeria to break. They want to continue stealing. For centuries, they are not yet satisfied. They do not want to let Biafrans to be free. The one of China is because China now, they are becoming another world power. As they are learning from what America has done. They are learning from what Britain has been doing. So they step in. It is economic influence. This and the Nigeria have borrowed a lot of money from China. With natural resources they have in the Biafra land. People should know all these things. You don't have to. That is why in the school, they don't teach you anything. How many schools in Nigeria is teaching mining? How many schools? How many schools, universities in Nigeria are teaching people how to mine? How many? How many of you? They won't teach you that. They won't teach you about drilling. It is only them who will come to Africa to drill. You work for them. Instead, you go to there to study zoology, you study some courses, psychology, sociology. You study certain things that is, they don't. They come to your place, they learn mining, they learn drilling, they learn oil exploration. They are the only one that did it. In your university, you are not. They continue to exploit our land. They continue to exploit our land. They don't even think that human beings are living in this part of the world. Everybody's supposed to know that Biafra land was formerly called the white man grave during the slave trade. Many of them lost their life. That is why if you look at around the whole coastal regions of Africa, which you don't find where white people are settling, the level of slave trade that happened in our place, they would have settled. Like you see them in South Africa, in Namibia, all these places, white settlement in North Africa, but they were hardly settled in Biafra land. It also affected the Islamic religion. It couldn't penetrate Biafra land. But our people do not know what we have. That's why Christianity was also brought in to destroy certain beliefs, certain things that holds that land, and they want to make sure that they destroy Biafra land. Other points, or those who don't want Nigerian separation, these are internal ones. Those that are internal, because I have mentioned those who are the forces outside who do not want Nigerian disintegration. Internally, there are people who don't want Nigerian disintegration, and they are nobody than the senators, Nigerian senators, governors, many frontline politicians they are currently enriching themselves. You know, they're on the national cake mindset. Every one of them. Other group of people are also the business moguls that we have in Biafra land. Because of their investment they have made in Lagos, in the northern part, some of them are afraid to lose it. But instead for them to try to find a way, because they will continue to be a slave. One thing I found out in Biafra land, many businesses in Biafra land never survived after the pioneer of that business died. Ask yourself, when we are growing up, we have many big transport companies who's supposed to have moved from luxurious transport companies to railway businesses and own trains, private trains. No. Have everybody forgotten about money has no master? Izuchukwu Motors. All these companies have all died because at the initial time you are afraid, oh, Nigeria will not do this thing. You were doing your business, but at the end of the day, because you are still doing that business in Nigeria, it will be destroyed. When you die, your children cannot be able to confront the forces that you overcame when you were alive. They will give up because Nigeria is not a conducive environment for businesses. These business moguls, they continue because they have invested heavily. They are so scared to lose their business. Instead to find a medium where even if Biafra goes, they're not supposed to lose their businesses. They're not going to lose their businesses. Besides, whether they lose it now or not, when they die, they will lose it because their children will not be able to comprehend what themselves were fighting to keep their businesses alive. Look at many of our people in Lagos. Look at what is happening. Look at the one that had a beach resort that was destroyed. Look at many of them. Real estate businesses, look at how it's being destroyed. You will lose it. If you don't lose it while you are alive, immediately you die, you lose it. Your children, if you check in Biafra land, we do not have much of generational wealth. We don't have it. If you go to many countries, there is no family that don't have a wealth left for his next generation. We don't have. Anybody that has anyone, the moment you die, they will make sure they tear the business. You will fight to get, even the whole family will be in chaos. And at the end of the day, the businesses will be destroyed. Then new people start to build again. Every year, every generation, we are trying to build a business because of the mindset of our people. Because our people believe, instead to support IPOB to put up a stable region, because they are not ready to fight for their rights. They are not ready to fight. They say, let me take the business and become a slave in Lagos. If they insult me anyhow, I will pay them bribe and continue my business. They are not ready to support IPOB, who is in the forefront fighting for the rights of the indigenous people of Biafra and the restoration of Biafra. Another group of people are also the one Nigerianist. Those who, maybe because your father is Igbo, your mother is Yoruba, your father is Hausa, your mother is Igbo. We understand that it is not only in Nigeria that they have intermarriages. Besides, many of us, many Igbos now, we are also traveling beyond Yoruba land, traveling beyond Hausa land. We are marrying all over the world. We have children in Asia, we have in Europe, down in America. We have in Africa, in South America. So, if a country in South America is invading Biafra land today because your wife or your children have their mother's parental side from Brazil, you will say there is no need to fight. There is no need to confront them. It does not happen. I have said this thing on many occasions. When Biafra comes, those who have a mixed parents, their children cannot work in the Biafran interior ministry. It is very, very important. You can work in any other ministry if you like, but you see the internal security of Biafra land, if you have your children mixed, they won't work there. It will be only people whose father and mother are from Biafra. Your mother must be a Biafran, your father must be a Biafran. You can work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but if your father and mother is not complete, you are Biafran, it's understood. But immediately you have a mix. It is not going to be because of the Yorubas. It's not going to be because of the Hausas. No, strictly. It is not going to go because your mother is Chinese or Korean. No, it will be general. If your parents are not mother and father from Biafra land, you cannot work in the Ministry of Interior of Biafra land. We have to know this and put it in our mind. There are reasons, and I'm not going to explain those reasons. We have to do those things so that when Biafra is restored, we can be able to protect Biafra for the next 1,000 years. It is very, very important. We must acquire the knowledge we need to protect Biafra. There are countries that have been invaded in one time or the other in the history of mankind. And there are things they did to protect their sovereignty, to protect the security, the internal security of that nation. And Biafra will make sure, because the problem we are having in Biafra land, if you watch it very, very well, you will find out that most of the people that they are giving us as governors, or some of the people who they are trying to impose in Biafra land, they have a question. Who they are, there is always a question mark where they come from. Look at the one in Ebonyi State. You know, they were playing an Igbo song, this one they call Wifu. Very clearly, he is dancing this Anye Yaro like the Hausa. You will know 100% that this man This man is not a full-blooded Igbo man, even if the father or mother, any because they are playing an Igbo song, you see him dancing Anyeyaru at this Hausa type of music. You start to question, is this an Igbo man? When Okorocha came, everybody, Okorocha, we saw what he did in Imo State. Somebody, we don't question. It's just when somebody comes with money, oh, we started to support because we are gullible people. We are gullible individuals. They will come, they give you some transport money, because the transport fare has become an avenue they are using to destroy our people, from our girls to our elders to our traditional rulers to every entity in Biafra land. Transport money have destroyed people, from our girls to our traditional rulers to politicians. This has become an avenue. All rubbish are being. Again, to come to you, transport money. Politician to come to you, transport money. Elder to come to you, transport money. Everybody, policeman come to you, transport money. Everybody, they have taken this cap of transport money. It become a cap where all evil, corruption, where they buy people off from their conscience. Transport money. Look at some of our governors. And the Northerners continue to push to impose governors on us. Look at Wike. Today he is from Idoma. Tomorrow he's from Benin. Next tomorrow he's from Ikwere. The other time he's from I don't know, Obashuku. Confused identity. That is the people, when you see them in power, they continue to mess around with the sovereignty, with the culture, with the tradition of the people. That is what we are suffering in Biafra land today. That is one of the problems we have. These are the people that are the problem. These are people that are causing a lot of pain for our people. As the politicians and the political stakeholders, business moguls, senators, House of Representatives, we can see that in even this. Everybody remember, have all of you forgotten about Ugo Chinyere? That our brother that used to come anytime Mazi Johnathan Chinedu will go to court, he will mesmerize with his barrister English, he will talk to people. He have won a position. He have tested the cake, the national cake. He can no more speak louder again. Instead, the only thing the young man went in to do is to propose for Olo. Upon all that grammar he was speaking on social media, in court premises, we do this. Have you ever seen him talk again? Have you ever seen him? Can somebody tell me that since Ugo Chinyere entered, because every time you see him with his red cap, he will knock the grammar left, he will kick the grammar right, front and backward. The moment all they do is to step into the political position. All that grammar, all that analysis, all that I take you this, I take you that, I put it to you, the law says this, it was just for him to step into the House of Assembly. And from there, he started pursuing for Olu State so that he will become a founding father of Olu State and then now try to be the governor of Olu State. That is all. I told people on many occasions, when all these politicians come to tell you, no, you people come, we vote, I go, they are deceiving every one of you. Because the moment they go in there, ask any one of them. I want every Biafran, if you know any politician, any House of Rep, any senator, ask him, is there any agenda for the Southeast? Ask him, is there any agenda for the Southeast? I'm coming. Mazi, hold on. Okay.
Go on, Maz. Go on.
Yeah, Mazi. Now, you see what all of them are doing. You know, in this struggle, we don't hide because when we see that your purpose is to kill, to attack, to destroy the IPOB leadership, we are not going to keep silent. The thing I am saying this evening, let me inform everybody. All these people you see, all these politicians, all they are doing is how to dislodge IPOB. They will tell you, if you support us, we go there, we will speak. All lies. All lies. All they are doing is to destroy IPOB. And I will shock every Biafran this evening. I'm not going to hide it because it is to the detriment of IPOB. Do you people remember? I was talking about the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. As I was speaking about it, there is a new development. What they did to show you people the length. And I want to say it. Most of you know that he was detained for some certain issue of selling a stolen car. He was detained. And when he came out,
Mazi, who is that?
Who knows what they have arranged?
Mazi, who is that?
Mazi, I mean, one of Onyendu's siblings. You understand me? And you know why I am saying this is because of the role they are playing to destroy IPOB. When he is released, he knows the agreement he goes with the Nigerian government. Today, he traveled to Europe. As he came inside Europe, he approached the IPOB coordinator in Geneva. He started feeding that coordinator with lies against the IPOB leadership. As I'm telling to you people, Fine Boy is in Europe. And this is what he's doing in Europe. For you people to know, it is to destroy IPOB. Because it's their family business. He was sent.
Mazi, that is what now. They think. They believe it to be IPOB to be their family business.
Thank you. They think
IPOB
is their family business. As I'm telling you now, he is in Europe. He approached the IPOB coordinator in Geneva. He tell millions of lies against IPOB leadership, against ESN, against Barrister Jofo, against Osekome, and he is asking the coordinator to summon IPOB meeting that he wants to address them. Biafrans, are you hearing this? Are you people hearing this? This is what IPOB leadership is fighting. They go because I told you now that they say they will destroy Chike Doziem. Maybe when he finished there, they will find someone in Kuwait to come. They have already sent people in Kuwait. Huh? I want you people to come. Many of them have entered Kuwait, trying to think. Maybe they think I am in Kuwait presently. So some of them are coming. Do you understand me? Trying to make contact. They want to see Mazi Johnathan Chinedu. They want to see Mazi Johnathan Chinedu. Before they came, we knew. Before they came, this is to see the level of sabotage and ask yourself, is it to destroy IPOB or what? Now it is the sibling of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We go to Switzerland, where Chike Doziem is. Someone, the same thing they try to do in Israel. The same thing they try to sponsor Aloy Ejimako to go to Israel, gather IPOB members to speak to them. The same thing.
Mazi, can I come in? Mazi, can I come in here? Because you know this is annoying. Can I?
Come in.
This is highly annoying. Mazi, does it mean that
it's
these
annoying.
people, Kanu family, took us now as mugus or what? Is that what
they take us as fools? No, Mazi.
Fools. They take us as fools.
Yes, they took us as fools. They took us as fools.
So there is no respect for institution. No respect for institution.
No, they have no respect. They have no respect for the institution, and I believe they are working with Nigerian government because Nigerian government want to destroy IPOB. Every Biafran family around the world must be very, very vigilant. Be very, very vigilant. They have failed, now they are coming. And I'm not boasting, Mazi. I am not boasting. I don't come on social media to boast. Many people, they know. But anybody they try, their dead body stands. Their dead body goes down. Because I'm fighting for Biafra land. Some of them they have sent here, they took them by dead body and returned them home. Some that tried to mess up here, they deport them. I did anybody something, I did nobody wrong. Today, they are in Europe. The same thing when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, they hold the money for IPO. They stop funding IPOB. I want to say it for Biafrans to know. They stopped funding IPOB. They stopped funding ESN. I want to make it very clear for Biafrans to know. Nobody knows how IPOB leadership have sustained ESN, sustained IPOB families with wounded people, with people going to school, with people in the hospital. Nobody can say, if not by the grace of Chukwuokike Abiyama. There is no money from any politician that will say, I support IPO. They are the ones that takes the money. They claim they are in charge of IPO. Today, they have moved straight to Geneva. To go now, the Geneva they went is to go to campaign lies against Ejiofor, against Ozekome, against Tina Sanwo-Olu, IPOB leadership, Chike, Doziem, ESN. He just came out from police detention. Oh. That is the job they have sent him. They told him, go there. They told him, go. They're looking for Chike Doziem head. They have failed to fulfill the mission they have in Biafra land. Now they are in Europe. For this struggle. Because they are taking us for a ride. Mazi, I am not going to talk this subject, but everybody, every IPOB family worldwide should be highly, highly vigilant because they are coming for another mission. They have seen that we have survived that storm. They have changed strategy. Anything can happen. Biafrans, anything can happen. Anything.
Mazi, can I ask this question also? Please, Mazi, before you pass over this. Since before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, have we ever seen any of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings going on missions, summoning IPOB coordinators anywhere and talking to them on mission, official issue? I want to talk to IPOB members. I want to address them. Mazi, before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, has there been any such episode? But I can remember that members of DOS, we are sent on missions, official missions. They go on missions. So, Mazi, what changed? What really changed? And all these things are happening. Do you think that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not aware of all these things? Don't you think that they want the DOS to fail so that, everything, every blame will be on them? Oh, this is why, see, because this is I used to preach it, this is a political movement. Because any movement that is a movement of millions of people, it must be political. Mazi, please, address this.
Mazi, I will tell you one thing. Mazi, there are people in IPOB. We cannot deny the fact there are people who have some, of course, as the leader, there are people, you have two types of people. There are people who are staunch IPOB members, but some are also IPOB members, but they want to become IPOB members because of family. These are people that deal with emotion. You understand me? Now, there are also people, because of their dubious behavior, characters, IPOB member, people on ground will kick them out. Now, those people that were kicked out, The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are very good in doing that. If IPOB kicks somebody out, they go from the back and take that person. You know, number one, that person that was kicked out, expelled, have developed anger towards, you understanding me, IPOB. Sometimes they will not say, they will tell their lies. So they start to gather them. Now they use them to fight IPOB. Some of them with the chameleon also, they will be with them, they will be with IPOB family. So this group of people, you cannot deny they don't exist in IPOB. Are you understanding me? So these are the people that they are doing what? They are always trying to use. Then, you come also in Europe, there are people, of course, out of emotion, they will lay their hands that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, this woman is the finance. They lay their hands there. Because maybe that woman they are in good connection, but I can tell you in the whole wide world, 90% of coordinators, they are not in good connection, or 95% of IPOB coordinators are not in good, they are not in good connection with the finance, with the woman handling IPOB finance. 95%, you can make the inquiry. 95%. I have said this thing. This is a woman that's supposed to be selling ogiri and oba in Oriamarako. This is somebody that was giving, and she's arrogant, that the way she talks, people complain all over the world. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu know the reason why she's keeping her. I don't know, and I'm not ready to explain more. Mazi, this is the advantage they have taken. Mazi, the leadership of IPOB have seen it all. We have seen it. Everything that somebody can see, we have seen it. We have seen it. And today, you see where they are going. And I will not like to give an order for IPOB worldwide. But I'm using this opportunity this evening to ask Fine Boy, before he will get mobbed in Europe, I'm using this opportunity because it will not take anything this night to give order to IPOB family whom he wants to go to speak to. They will invite him, let him come and talk. Then he will meet what he never expects. He will get what he never expects. This is how they pay us for standing in the line. Lies upon lies, blackmail upon blackmail. That is what they pay IPOB for. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them because for them, IPOB is their family business. They can never take that way. They have shown it and shown it. And I want to say it also here, Biafrans. Every one of you was here when his brother took IPOB media warrior to court. Every one of you were here. The case they took IPOB media warrior to court. Okechukwu. We sent message. We informed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to call his brother to order. We send messages through other means to call his brother to order. That, look, your brother cannot take IPOB members, IPOB media warrior to court. We were given a backhand. They shut down the account in Germany. They went and also took IPOB to court. Kingsley took IPOB to court in Germany with some group of his family members. This is IPOB. It means it's their family business. He went to court. They hold all the papers for the court. They refused to release the paper. They came on their radio. Most of you don't need to follow them. I'm not advertising them. But they came on their platforms and they were celebrating how they have won IPOB, how they have defeated IPOB. Even the younger brother called somebody and asked me, do you know that we took IPOB to court and won IPOB in court and IPOB was fine? I said I didn't know, and God knows I don't know. At the end of the day, I tried to inquire. When I got the truth, I keep silent. Now, the people they took to court, appealed on all the charges they laid against them that were false. Today now, they are blaming the IPOB leadership. They won the case now. How? Where does these things happen? Where does these things happen?
Mazi, they won the case
This is
twice
what
or
the
what? Because
IPOB
it has turned against them. Is that what you mean?
Mazi, I am not the court. I am not the court. But one thing is I know they took IPOB to court. And they were celebrating on social media how they have won IPOB, fine IPOB. Now, the people that were involved try to defend what they have said. So, this is what the IPOB leadership is going through. Fighting for the survival of this movement. These people have continued to lie for everybody. They kick every lawyer, meaningful lawyer, out from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. Today, ask them what is happening. Ask them. They are only stealing from people. We are bribing somebody to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. We are doing this to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. A lawyer, Jimako, have successfully kicked all the lawyers out. Today, do you see him again? I know. I'm saying it on air so that you know. We know he's planning to run from Biafra land. And we are watching him. We know he's planning to run, leave the case and run. And we are waiting. I just informing him for him to know that we know he's planning to leave Nigeria. We are waiting. They cannot play with the life of millions of Biafra and they walk away free. It's a do or die affair. They should know that. Mazi, I am picking up another topic because I think I have discussed this enough. You understanding me? Another topic I'm going to make it very brief on this particular topic is the British Army recruitment, Commonwealth. I want to use this opportunity. It's a warning. I'm not going to talk much about it. I have seen on social media some of our Igbo content creators. I said this thing on many occasions. If you don't know what to create, stop announcing and publishing rubbish. And I'm saying it. I'm telling people like this, our brother they call Okulora. Yes, people respect him, but there are certain things we won't take from certain people. We saw him advertising people. That is their japa. And I want to make sure we are not going to take it lightly with anybody promoting the recruitment of Biafrans into the British Commonwealth Army. Because our people are gullible. When they hear they are going to British Army, they thought, ask yourself, have everybody forgotten about the Burma War? Have everybody forgotten about the Burma War? If you have not, ask your father, ask your mother, ask any of your uncle. He or she will tell you about the Burma War. During the Burma War, the British recruited 46,000 Nigerians, mainly from the southeast, from the southern part of Nigeria. There are people, they will say, have everybody forgotten when they use Egaraboma War, Egarogoboma? It is our brothers, our uncles, our grandfathers that went, many of them didn't come back alive. British never settled any one of them. They are deceiving you now. You are going to British Army. Now, they don't need the English proficiency test. If you go in for visa, they ask you whether you can speak English enough. You go and take English. I'm coming on that. You want to go to the embassy immigration, they ask you IELTS. If you don't pass it, you don't go. Today, suddenly they want to recruit the army. They don't need the English test again. They just need your WAEC. Whether you pass, you don't pass. Do you know where they're sending you? You think as they recruit you, you are going to London. You are a dreamer. You're a daydreamer. They will camp all of you, send you to one of their African camps, maybe in Kenya, in Uganda. From there, they will fly you to go to fight war. If you come, who will they pay? After the war, they massacred them. It happened in the Second World War. When the French came and recruited Senegalese, recruited Algerians, go and watch the documentary, how they recruited them to go to fight in France. Why the Senegalese, Algerians, all of them went to fight, to help them to fight. French soldiers were killing people in their villages. massacring their own people. When many of them returned back from the Second World War, they came back and found out that their villages and their towns has been overrun by the French forces. And they came back to ask for their pensions, their payment, because they were not paid at that time. They said after the war they would be paid. They called them in a field and opened fire on the soldiers.
They massacred them, yes.
Massacre them. Go and read history sometimes to understand. It happened in the Burma War also. 46,000 people British took from our land to go fight the Burma War. How many people came back? They were all killed. They were all killed. So do not think that
because they used to send them to the hottest where they know they are the hottest society. They don't see them as human beings. Yes.
They don't see them as human beings. Mazi, it is the West African Frontier Force that the British use also recruitment from southern part of Nigeria, send them to fight. That was the forces that was used to stop the Japanese during the Second World War. What are we talking about? That you just hear British recruitment, Japa, people like Okulora, who's supposed to know better, will come out on social media and start talking rubbish. You had the opportunity to enter British Army. Who told you? History. You want to come and gather our people, the able youths, so they can go to fight for Britain. So tomorrow Britain will invade our own forces. They send them to go and fight Russia. Don't you see how stupid people are? Some group, the British are recruiting, some Nigerians are fighting for Ukraine, others want to fight for Russia. Are you people not seeing the line? You're not seeing the red line? Are we not seeing the red line? Why should we be always used as sacrificial lambs every time the colonial powers want to do something? They come in to recruit you. And suddenly you people are happy. How many? Go and tell us, those who returned from Burma War, who paid them? Nobody paid them. And today, some of our brothers are moving around, saying they want to go to British Army. You think they are sending you, they are telling you if you reach there, they recruit you, you reach there, you run away from the camp, and they come and seek asylum. You are a daydreamer. But my question is this. Many Boko Haram officers, repented Boko Haram, why not Nigeria have Britain have a very good relationship with the northern part of Nigeria? Why not those repented people? Why not they hand it over to Britain to go for war for them? Why are they not handing them over those ones? They want to come and recruit in Biafra land. Why are they not recruiting the repented Boko Haram? Those who have tasted the war. Why? No, they don't need them. It's we in Biafra land, those who can speak English. That's the people they want. They want to send you to go and die for your colonial master in this 21st century. This will not happen. And I'm using this opportunity. If we found anybody in Biafra land coordinating, trying to say you are recruiting for the British Commonwealth Army, if we found you wanting on this, I swear in the name of Chukwu Kikadiama, you will be dealt with. Our land is not a recruitment ground for the British Commonwealth Army. We are not in their Commonwealth. Biafrans are not part of their Commonwealth. They may think we are in their Commonwealth, but we are not part of their Commonwealth. Being part of the Commonwealth where your resources will be stolen, sold, and they give you aid. That is a good Commonwealth member. And we are not ready to tolerate that. Biafrans, there is another issue I'm going to talk about, which is the kidnapping and crime happening in Biafra land. This kidnapping, ransom taking, organ harvesting, it is something that is coming from different dimensions and from different axes. There are Fulani kidnappers. There are Nigerian security kidnappers. There are these auto criminals kidnappers. there are also criminals who are, these are 4 sets of people who are just, they are not IPOB, they are not with the auto criminals, they are not military, they are not full anime, but they are criminals. They are using this opportunity to cash in because of criminal activities going. You know, all of them, you know the mindset of the Igbo man. If they hear charger is selling, everybody will become a charger importer. If they hear Okuroko is on the board, like when they hear that Odogu bitters was running, everybody was doing Odogu bitters, Zazu bitters, General bitters. This is the mindset of Nigerians. They thought that is what is making people great. Now kidnapping is in the southeast. Everybody is cashing in. People are, some are calling you on telephone. They claim they are ESN, Nyanye Gombo. And from our research, even before the formation of IPOB, Egombo was running in Olo for a very long time, even before IPOB started, where they used to call their people Nyanye Gombo, Aijineche Obodo. It is a word that has been there for a very long time. But there is something, a new, you know, as the crime, they are committing the crimes, they are developing new methods, new ways. We've come to realize that there are many farms. As we have pushed people, encouraged people go into farming, there are people who already own farms even before IPOB start to encourage people now fully. Of course, we have been saying it for a long time, but there are people who already invested in those things. But also we have found out there are some negative informations or negative activities happening around certain farms and uncompleted buildings in Biafra land. So therefore, if you owe an uncompleted building, I am calling every Biafran who have an uncompleted project, even if you are living in diaspora, you are living in Biafra land, you are living in another state or living in Nigeria, you have an uncompleted project that have been overtaken by bushes, I will urge you to try to clean up your project. Try to clean them off because the ESN has been mandated to move around all the uncompleted buildings because we found out that is where most of these criminals are hiding. The Fulani criminals, the Nigerian security officers, sometimes they take people to uncompleted buildings to rob them. They have their POS, and these things are happening in Biafra land. And if we found out that the owner of the uncompleted building is involved, the ESN have been mandated on what to do in that particular place. I will bring this issue because, you know, our people some of them like to blackmail. I'm going to give you a case study of what leads to all these instructions to the ESN to make sure we will be combing farms, combing uncompleted buildings because of the criminal activities we are witnessing in Biafra land these days. And we need your maximum support as these operations are being carried out. We realize that many criminals are now having connections with our own locals because criminality is what brings Nigerians together. Whether you are Fulani, you are Igbo, or whether you are Igbo, as long as crime is involved, this crime can bring Hausa, Yoruba, all of them together. As long as it's something criminal activity, it's very easy to bring them together. Religion may not bring them, but crime can bring these people. And that is why the British created Nigeria, because they wanted a place where people will behave. They won't ever agree on any reasonable thing apart from criminal activities. That's why even if you go to their Senate, all that brought all of them together from north to south to west is the national cake. Come and steal and go. That is what brought all of them together. At the early of this month, many people found out that there was something I posted about some kidnappers caught by the ESN operatives in Anambra Awka North. These kinds of operation, this kind of have been going on before now, because quietly we don't make noise. IPOB will not make noise. IPOB, ESN will never come to make noise. We don't make noise. You know, people come to make this leadership do not see any reason why they should be making noise when they do certain job that is for the benefit of Biafrans. That was around 8 August. I was informed by a written message. It was sent to me from America. Somebody wrote and sent to me, he said, my farm is located in Urum, in the boundary of Urum and Mbwapo in Awka local government LGA. Currently, I have only 20 cows and 14 sheep. Some were shot dead, the rest are missing, and my workers, I want you people to pick up some words. My workers have abandoned my farm for fear of being killed. Thanks, Obi Oramba. I told the person, I said, please, we have an issue in Awka North. But the way this person have put up this message, you say he's an IPOB member. You say he's IPOB member, but is those IPOB member in America? Gawa adege, puba adege. We know where they belong. We know these are the people always against the leadership of this movement. But there is something my younger brother used to tell me. He said, this guy sent this message. I went back, I responded, I told him, please, we have an issue at hand in that place. But this message he said is misinforming. When he said my workers, that they came to his farm, I said he's not saying the truth. And for that reason, there is possibility I will make public what is happening. If people can remember, if you go on my timeline, I wrote ESM, well done for the job, well done. I know why I said it. I have every information. I keep silent for us to, the ESN command, to get a full report. Other people were investigating it. We send in the intel unit to investigate what is happening. Then the man continued to wire some messages. When he sent the messages, I'm not responding because we are working on this. And I told them, don't worry, I will ask the ESN to send video of what happened so that we can be able to show the world that we are protecting our people. It happens that in this particular location in Awka North, in this place, this man said it's a boundary town, Urum and Mbwapo in Awka North. There are many farms in that location, and that's the farm many Fulanis used to disturb that area before IPOB leadership instructed that the ESN should do something. And I think today that place is having a little bit peace from the Fulani herdsmen. Now we realize, even though we have kicked the Fulani herdsmen outside, but we realize kidnapping consistently was happening in that axis. People were kidnapping and when they kidnap, before ESN will arrive to the particular point, they disappear. It's very difficult. You looking at cars, you looking to see whether because sometimes they kidnap people, they abandon the cars. So men will be searching. But they don't know that these criminals, these Fulani herdsmen, some of them who tend to be working in those farms. So when they kidnap people, why you are thinking they are taking the people outside? They sneak them into the farms in that particular area and hide them. Now, it happens that these 3 people they came from Enugu and they were kidnapped. We showed a video where they were kidnapped. Somebody in the farm happens to alert another person that they have kidnapped these people because of the gun that were shot, fortunately for those kidnapped, and unfortunately for the kidnappers, some ESN officers was on patrol, monitoring the area. When they heard the sound of the gun, they were coming closer. People alerted them that people were kidnapped. Then ESN, the rapid response team, responded. They continued to pursue the kidnappers. There were exchange of gunfire, and on the process, ESN subdued 2 of them. 2 people escaped. As 2 people were escaping, other officers were pursuing them. The 2 people was caught, and the 3 men were rescued. Now, on the process, these people ran into, as they were pursuing them, they found that they ran into a particular farm. That is what led ESN to come inside that particular farm, not knowing that the people came into the farm and escaped from another route. They didn't have an idea. The operation officers there said, we knew there are many farms here, but we never think in our mind that kidnappers. So when they go into that farm, they saw they trying to shoot. Of course, I heard that they found out there are cows there. A cow was killed. I don't know how many cows. And they said the gate was open. Some cows ran out from the farm. But they found out a young lady, a Fulani lady also in that particular farm. They asked them, where are these guys? He said they have run away. They have to say, who is the manager of this farm? The ESN in that community, they have to report. And the manager of the farm was summoned. The people they caught were there. They said the name of the guy who escaped is Suleiman. Suleiman happens to be the person this our brother employed in his farm. He is the one in charge of his farm. So Suleiman is bringing in other kids. Suleiman is a kidnapper because he was among them that went for the operation. But when our brother sent this message, he said they came to his farm. He never told the story. He never opened his mouth to say the story. Now, at the end of the day, when the manager of the farm was summoned, asked him what happened. He said he never knew. This our brother was trying to defend Suleiman. He was trying to say, Suleiman, I know Suleiman from so place. I am this. I am an industrialist. He started to tell stories. He started to blackmail Tina Sanworu, that Tina Sanworu want to take his farm. I was looking at this man. I have all the messages he sent. I never responded to him. I tell the people in America, the ESN are doing their job. They are reporting to IPOB leadership what is happening. And decisions are being taken. At the end of this issue, this man in his message here, he said something. I'm asking Asaworu, allow my farm to reopen because my property will be vandalized. Stop inviting my manager-in-law to the office to pay millions for bullets. Stop harassing my staff. The man started talking all kind of refund 10,000 naira collected from. He started talking. I said, does this man really know what is happening on ground? The people said he promised in one of his message when we told him bring Suleiman. He said he have tried to reach to Suleiman. That Suleiman was introduced to him by one Kabiru in 2016. It's not our problem, but we need this Suleiman who is harboring kidnappers in this place, who have been carrying out kidnapping activities here. This is whom we want. He promised that the following day he will provide Suleiman. He said, I'm calling his number now. It's written here. He said, I'm calling his number. His number is not going. I will produce Suleiman the following day. I'm telling Biafrans, this is from 8th of August. Then, this is what the men on ground told him. Say, if you don't produce Suleiman, we want to destroy this farm because you are harboring kidnappers. If you don't produce Suleiman, you will pay us the bullets used in this exchange of fire with kidnappers we found in your farm. That is what the people on ground said. The leadership of IPOB is not involved in this. But that is to push him to bring Suleiman. And as he's listening now, did he provide Suleiman till death? From 8th of August till today, he could not provide Suleiman. Instead, he started blackmailing that Tinas Aworu want to take his farm. I don't know how our people, and this is somebody in America, and I want to take his farm, I want to do this, his farm, he invested 200 million. He is not talking about those people that were kidnapped, that were rescued. He don't want to talk about it. Because we know he is an IPOB member, according to what he said, yes, he is, but they are those people I always fighting the IPOB leadership. If not, Chineke can say upon some of them also. And I didn't know about that. It's just of recent I knew. Now, along the line, I asked the people, I said, where is Suleiman? When he started to blackmail me, blackmail everybody, we do not have option than we gave the men in operation in that area to lock down the farm until he provides Suleiman. Suleiman is a kidnapper. He put in his farm. The least we expected to hear from this, our brother, to say, hey, my brothers, I didn't know Suleiman was involved in this kind of thing. Please, do you understand me? You know I am far away here. I brought Suleiman. I never knew Suleiman are bringing. You have a farm. You don't know how many people in your farm. They were staying there, 4 of them, including Suleiman, with another lady. So they were 5. But he's telling us, you employ Suleiman only. And at the initial time, he said, my workers. He included all of them as his workers. Instead for this young man, or this papa, or this elderly man, or this young, I don't know how to qualify him because I feel he's supposed to be reasonable enough to say, Mazi, this is my farm. I don't know. Talk to these guys. I never knew these guys. When say na ya na ha gotara nwa obula ya kwọ n'azụ na obula nke ebu n'afọ ka na agotara agụ n'ihi na nke kwọ n'azụ ya amaghị mgbe o ji kwụrụ akwụkwọ ya ga ha agotara. You can't be in America and you are defending kidnappers. He knows. He now turned it because he feel he know how to speak English. He said that we are disturbing indigenous Northerners working for him. I look at this man, I say, these people in America, something is wrong with their mindset. Some of them, I don't mean all of them. Because I expected the man to say, hey, we are talking about a kidnapping issue. If IPOB is working with the government, we will send it to the state government. They will come and demolish the place. But because we are community-based security network, things that belong to our people cannot be destroyed. We try to protect it. That is why we gave the order, the farm should be shut down until he provides Suleiman. And from 8th of August, today is 31st, he could not provide Suleiman. He could not. If we say he's a accomplice with Suleiman, people will say, oh, why? He's in America. We cannot say he's working with Suleiman. We cannot say that. But we can also, if we want to be a little bit mean, we will say they know what is happening there. But we know we don't want to go to damage. But he was in America claiming that Tinas Aworu want to come. I want to come from Kuwait to take his farm. The farm he spent 200 million. He started blackmailing IPOB leadership, blackmailing my name. He sent this message all over around the world. And I look at him. I said, this man must be crazy. And the ESN command decided to lock that farm and they shut it down until he provided us Suleiman. But after we have finished investigation, we found out that he cannot bring Suleiman. Suleiman is already in the north, or Suleiman is inside 82D. Because that is where most of these Fulani kidnappers, when they commit certain crimes and they are being chased around, they run into the military base. They have resident permits in most of the military base. Since 8th of August, if he could not provide Suleiman, he said, give me the following day. After 72 hours, he could not provide. We are talking about 1 month now, 3 weeks. He could not provide Suleiman. We do not want to harm your business. And this evening, after this broadcast, the ESN command will open your farm so that you go back and continue your business. But please, stop all this unnecessary blackmail. When we are fighting to restore peace in Biafra land, when we are fighting to curb Fulani herdsmen in Biafra land, the support you people will be giving us is to blackmail those fighting for you people. Blackmail those who are, men are sleeping in the bushes, looking for these Fulani herdsmen that are kidnapping, committing all kind of crime. Ask this man talking, have you supported this ESN? They have never supported ESN. He's not the only one who have farm in that axis. There are many farms in that place. The people that were rescued, we show their faces so that somebody can go to ask them if you want to ask them. Were they kidnapped? Where were they kidnapped? The videos of where they were kidnapped were there. Outskirts from his farm. Something like 1 kilometer from his farm. Or less. And all he could do was to blackmail Chinasa Nworu personally. He took it personally. Calling Chinasa Nworu. There was nothing he wrote. He did not mention Chinasa Nworu. Aham na ato huto so much. Aham na ato ndi uto. Aham na ato huto. They can never say anything without calling Chinasa Nworu. People we are fighting for. How many of them are supporting ESN? From 2021, most of them stopped because they wanted ESN to collapse. Communities can give testimonies what the job ESN have done in most communities. It's not that we cannot cover, but we lack the support, a robust operation in Biafra land. And any day we got that robust support, you will see what will happen in Biafra land. Any day. Those who want to support. If you don't support also, it's not going to stop because this is a divine mission. But any day ESN receive that robust operation from our people, I tell you, Fulani herdsmen will have no place to contain them. Even the criminal. Some of them are using uncompleted houses. Some of them are using all these places, committing all kind of havoc. They are not in the bushes. Most of